The irresistible force versus the immovable objects. A former champion with his mojo back against a man from out of this particular world. The eyes and ears of the boxing world are on Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou as they promise knockout chaos. Which one will deliver? This is Rumble in Riyadh, the Watchalong, live on talkSPORT.
Making his entrance to the ring, please welcome Anthony Joshua!
This fight is my everything, my soul, my spirit, my mind, my body.
If I lose it, you're going to have a really bad time, my friend.
AJ's taken this fight, and I think it's all jeopardy for him. In some ways, it's a no-win situation.
Losing against Ngannou, it would be a big step back, the end of his career, really.
This is AJ's hardest fight of all his fights.
Matchup with Ngannou! Goes the Reeve! Fury's down! Fury is down!
I heard that he doesn't have his chin. I hope I had an opportunity to test that out.
I just want to conquer it and make everyone know that I'm the one who puts boxing on the map.
Welcome to a special Friday night programme. Heavyweight boxing deserves heavyweight radio. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure, as always, to be in your company. And I tell you what, we brought out the guests for this tonight. Of course, you're tuning in for the watch-along of Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. But as always, by my side, the one and only Mr. Spencer Oliver. Great to have you, Spence. We've got former IBF world champion, Mr. Josh Warrington is in the house, and a man that's thrown a few punches, maybe legally, maybe illegally, I can't really confirm or not. The one and only Mr. Troy Dean is on the show as well.
Hello, sir.
Guys, what a show we've got lined up tonight.
Can't wait.
How's the excitement levels? At the start of the week when I spoke to you, they were just simmering, Spence.
No,
where are they right now?
They are off the scale, my friend. The excitement levels are always off the scale. Anthony Joshua, as you know, I've known for a long time, so there's that emotional connection there for him as well. And I'm genuinely worried about this fight. You know, Francis Ngannou, what we saw against Tyson Fury, forget the record, forget the 0-1, the novice thing and all the rest of it, comes from that discipline, but the guy can box. And it worries me because he's very heavy-handed. And at some point, Anthony Joshua is going to have to engage. You know, I think that when we look at, Joshua's last year, there's been a marked improvement in every contest. Definitely. Going back to Jermaine Franklin. You know, when you go through that fight with Jermaine Franklin, you looked at that and you thought, yeah, that was OK, not particularly great, but it's all right. Then you go Robert Helenius, and you're just watching the fight. You get to round 3, round 4, round 5, and you're going, come on, AJ, step in, believe in your own ability, get that confidence back. 7th round, boom, right hand goes. That's where it all changed. I think we saw that in the Otto Wallin fight last time, out in Riyadh. In December, we saw the Anthony Joshua of old. And I think he's just going to build on that. So I think that the Anthony Joshua, if he can install that more confidence, Ben Davison's been a great addition to the team with him as well. It's added that confidence with him. And Anthony Joshua, at his best, competes with any heavyweight out there. But he has to get through Ngannou, who, like that unpredictability of Ngannou, Josh, you'll back me on this one. When you get a guy that's boxing and he's sort of all over the place and he's unpredictable, it's more difficult than boxing a guy when you know where it's coming from. So that's what Ngannou has. He switches from orthodox to southpaw, very strong, sits in the pocket, and he's fearless. He will throw punches when his opponent punches, and that is the danger for Joshua. He can't be too greedy tonight. He can't sit there too long. He's got that confidence back now, and he's throwing the shots. He's going phase 1, phase 2, putting the combinations together. But he has to be careful because Ngannou will punch when he does. And that is my only concern. One man that is here for obviously enjoyment and a little bit of business, no doubt, is the one and only Mr. Josh Warrington, because we've got heavyweights on deck. We're going to be excited about seeing that. Have you got one eye on what's going on in that featherweight world title fight?
Yeah, there's some interest there. Ray Vargas, WBC champ, defending it against Nick Ball, who's done nothing wrong so far, climbed the ladder, but he's got a hell of a step up tonight. Vargas has been proven at world level for a very long time. Beat Mark Mancasero to win the world title. Even dared to step up again. Lost to Shaq Foster, but kept hold of his title. Nick Ball, like I say, he's done nothing wrong. He's only beaten the men who've been put in front of him. Now, it's a bit of a jump from domestic level. All right, he beat Isaac Dogbo.
That was a good win.
World champion.
Good win.
Really good win. But I don't think there's another level to Ray Vargas. So we'll see.
I think that was a good, a good test though for Nick Ball. Isaac Dogba in that last contest, because we was there, we was commentating live and you were there, and there was times there when Nick Ball had to bite down on his gum shield. There was times there when you saw him get buzzed, his Zhang, and you go, how's he going to react to that? Because like you say, he's been boxing at that level, and this was a step up to world class, really. So I think going into a fight like this with Ray Vargas, he needed that test first. And that, for me, was like a coming-of-age fight, and now he's used to going in deep water and dark water because he's going to have to be, because Vargas will start the favourite tonight. Vargas is the guy that we've seen for many times. I remember him beating Gavin McDonnell over here many years ago, actually, and you saw him then and you thought, he's a good fighter. Well, guess what? He's improved since then. He's gone on and he's been boxing at that level. Tough night for Nick Ball tonight, but I believe he can do it, actually. I think he can pull off a memorable... This will be razor tight, this one, but it's got all the makings of a classic.
Troy, in the main event, where's the emotions at, mate? Because obviously you're close to AJ, you've known him for a long period of time. Is it different watching a fight when one of your pals is in there?
Absolutely. I hate watching it at home, to be totally honest with you, because I'm there and I'm like throwing everything, and then, you know, when you have the... So I remember talking to him before the Klitschko fight, and that was the one when everyone was like, we're not sure if he'll win or we'll lose. And I remember saying to him, like, this is the one. I was there that night. It was a special night, and obviously all of us were there. But then you see the Usyk loss, and I think people, and he won't mind me saying this, you see who people really are, who's really texting you, who's really checking in on you. And I think our friendship has grown since then, really, because we've had that relationship of being able to be like, listen, mate, if you ever want to come up to Birmingham, get away from it. And obviously he's got more money than all of us, so he can go wherever he wants, but there's always that opportunity to come and get away from it all. And I think tonight, similar to what Spence was saying, I think he does a job. I think the confidence is back. I think that belief in his own right hand is back. And you have to go through them. As any sportsman will tell you, you go through highs and lows. But when you go through the lows and you test yourself, you can do all the rounds in the gym, you can do all the punching in there, and hurting people in sparring and that, and then doing it in a ring, and you kind of go, oh, it works. Like, do you know what I mean? You look at yourself, don't you, and it works. And he's had a little bit of a couple of different trainers. And I think from everything I've heard from the boys out there, that he's bang on, raise the focus and bang on it today. So I expect to see a job done in 6, personally.
Love it. Hey,
no pressure.
Mate, man's gone prediction already.
Sorry.
Love that.
Nice.
No, it's good, it's good. Don't you worry about that, mate. Listen, we've got plenty of that coming up throughout the course of the show. We're going to get stuck into a big heavyweight chat, bringing in Fury, bringing in Usyk and all that. We've got guests galore coming to join us on the show as well. And there's a little bit of an added treat, because I know there's lots of people obviously watching us on the Boxing YouTube channel right now. You will have seen there has been no expense spared on this studio. Let me tell you, they have gone to town. The graphic designer definitely deserves a little bit of a pay rise. They are polishing me up, let me tell you. Get yourself stuck into it. We're on the Boxing YouTube channel throughout the whole course of it. Full watch along. So if you have decided to purchase the fight, you can watch that, turn the audio off. You don't really want to listen to anybody else commentate on this other than us. We'll have a full watch along, and you'll be able to see these three go absolutely wild if some chaos does actually kick off, and there are a few knockouts as well, all right? So get on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Whilst we're talking about this particular fight in the main event, and I want to concentrate on that for the first part of the show, obviously, this is taking place in Saudi Arabia. Me and you have covered fights. New York, Las Vegas, all the grand places where you were classed as the fight capital of the world. Is Saudi Arabia the new fight capital of the world, especially for the heavyweights?
Absolutely. I mean, Turkey Al Sheikh and Saudi Arabia have shown their interest in boxing, and they've invested in boxing, and we're seeing the results now. You know, these shows that they're putting on, the shows that they've got coming up, the Matchroom 5 versus 5, and Bivol versus Beterbiev, and, you know, June the 1st, and the shows just seem to be continuing. And I think that, you know, we're seeing all the heavyweights again boxing on here. Zhang, Zhang, Joseph Parker, Anthony Joshua, Francis Ngannou. We've got May the 18th as well, haven't we, with the undisputed fight. And I think that we see winner, boxing winner, etc., etc. I think Saudi Arabia are the new home of boxing right now, because they've got the finances to back it. The fighters are getting well rewarded, which is great for us, because, you know, like, as an ex-fighter, you want to see fighters get in there, they're putting their lives on the line effectively, so you want to see them getting well paid. And that is starting to happen. But, you know, I think that, Saudi Arabia, for the forthcoming future, is the home of boxing. There's no doubt about that.
This is a loaded question. There's no right or wrong answer. I'll come to you first, Josh, as an active fighter. What's your opinion on it as an active fighter now wanting to get involved in that scene?
As an active fighter, I mean, I grew up watching the likes of British fighters go over to the States, go to Vegas, go to New York, go to Madison Square Garden, and it felt like if you went over there, you've ticked the box.
Yeah,
you've made it.
You've made it, yeah.
You've made it. I've also seen the transition over here.
Yeah.
From shows being on Sky Television, on a Saturday night in leisure centres, to having arenas, stadiums. Week in, week out, stadiums.
You've been one of the driving forces, though, behind that, though, with the fan base that you've got.
We've been spoiled. Sport boxing has been absolutely fantastic. And I'll go as far as say, this country, nation, the UK, has kind of run boxing for a good few years.
Yeah.
With the crowds, with the atmospheres, with the fights that have been put on. You used to have a show, Adam, and you used to see a British title as the main event, and then a local lad at chief support, and then just local kids. Now over the last few years, we've been spoiled to title fight after title fight after title fight, week after week after week.
Big names coming over here to fight, yeah.
I think Ricky Hatton was the turning point for that, really, weren't he, over here, like 2005, when he boxed Costas you and all that. You go, it was always the States was the place to be, and that was where we all dreamt of boxing when you go, like, Las Vegas, etc.
Did it not feel like Josh was the guy?
And then,
I
think there was a time there when boxing, the home of boxing, was the UK for a long time.
Yeah.
I think it moved from the States to the UK, and now it's gone to Saudi Arabia.
I feel like the excitement came in. Sorry, Spencer. I think the excitement came in then with, like, little things like prize fighter.
Yeah.
Got people excited because it was short and sharp. All of a sudden, boxers are becoming household names again.
Yeah, definitely.
Big household name brands are becoming sponsors of boxing. But like, over the last few years, it has gone a little bit quiet. And then a lot of people have become a bit drama-ish, a bit diva-ish, about wanting so much money, even though being paid like record paydays. So where do you go there? Promoters are not working with each other. You get this man like the Turkey, comes in, and he makes it happen. And all of a sudden, the fights that we've been dreaming of for the last few years, he's just making them happen. Right, lads, you know what? Let's spice it up. Let's have 5 versus 5. You say you're the best. You say you're the best. Fight each other. I'll pay you what you want.
I think
that's it.
I think that's been one of my frustrations as a fan, that we haven't been getting the fights that we all want to see. OK, I can accept maybe I'm not going to get my stadium shows in the UK maybe anymore, or these guys fighting in front of my own eyes and being ringside for it. I'm going to have to travel for it. But I'm kind of OK with that if the elite guys are fighting the elite guys.
Absolutely, because otherwise we end up with the Pacquiao-Mayweather situation where we're calling it on for years and years and years and it never happens. And then when it does happen, you're kind of like, was that it? And I think, just to go back to both of your points, I think there was Ricky Hatton, there was Carl Froch, but they were once a year, those big nights. Whereas, going to Josh's point, I think since AJ's come along and everyone's gone on that Olympic journey with him. And obviously he's my friend, I'm a little bit biased, but they've all gone on that journey.
He bought stadiums back, didn't he?
He bought stadiums back, but he bought the casual. The old lady walking down the street now knows who he is. And now, for cross sports as well, footballers want to be at the fights. Golfers want to be at the fight.
Pop stars.
And before you know it, it's now this big thing that boxing's cool again, and you want to be there. The shows that, listen, I've done your call, I've done them all. Like, some of them are a bit like, you go in, you put your head down, and you get out of there. But some other shows, when you start doing Leeds, and I've been up there when this fella's fighting, he didn't sort me any tickets out, I paid a lot of money for his team. But
Yorkshire, Yorkshire try.
But when you see, but for me, like, every penny was worth it to see how the whole group is invested, not just Josh's team, his family and all that, but the whole city changes and goes, that's one of us and we're coming out. So for an outsider coming in, I feel like I know this guy. It's the first time we've ever met, but I remember that fight you was at. I remember I was at this fight because going up there, it was like this. And that's what I think is the big man has brought to the whole sport, where every casual now feels like they're a part of it. And then secondly, we all feel like we're experts. We all sit and watch. So the people that don't really know much go, Josh should have hit him over the top there. And you're like, shut up, mate. Do you know what I mean? And that's why we all listen to these, and that's why we're going to have so many viewers today to hear what you guys have got to say.
Listen, I can't wait to get stuck into this. We're obviously going to give you a full preview on Anthony. We'll get stuck into Francis Ngannou's incredible journey as well to this point. Think about it. This is a guy that's had one professional boxing match, and he's taking on the former gold medalist and unified twice-time heavyweight champion of the world. It's absolutely crackers, but this is the world and the landscape that we are currently living in. We've got a guest coming to join us very, very shortly, a man that knows a little bit about Anthony Joshua. Otto Wallin hopefully will be with us in the next 5 minutes on the show, so make sure you stick around. You are listening to a Fight Night Special. You're listening to the Rumble in Riyadh, the Watchalong on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Catterall. Pleasure to be with you. Spencer Oliver, Josh Warrington and Troy Deeney joining me in the studio. And I say the studio, it is a ramped-up studio, so you can actually check us out on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel if you want to watch along with us this evening. We are in perfect vision, HD. My missus will be absolutely delighted that I'm in HD this evening. I'm sure it's putting a few people off their evening meal in it. Anyway, voices and faces for radio, aren't we, pal? Voices and faces for radio. I can tell you that we've got a special guest coming to join us on the show, a man that has been sharing the ring recently with the one and only Mr. Anthony Joshua. He's in action tonight against Francis Ngannou. It is Otto Wallin. Otto, welcome to the show, my friend. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Listen, very well indeed, my man. They've spent some money on a new studio for us, pal, so I'm feeling absolutely tremendous. Obviously, you've had first-hand experience of competing over in Saudi Arabia. How was that experience for you at the back end of December?
The experience was great. We had a really good time. People took really good care of us. And the service was amazing. And we had a really good time. Everybody enjoyed it. But then the fight was obviously disappointing. And, you know, that's boxing and life sometimes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. So it was tough. But overall, we had a good experience. In the build-up to the bout, Otto, I mean, you were amazingly confident. Obviously, we've seen you coming off the back of a fantastic win as well against Gassiev, and there was a lot of people here in the UK thinking, listen, Otto could cause a serious upset here tonight by beating Anthony Joshua. I know that you didn't see it as an upset, but that's how people were talking here in the UK. What surprised you of that version of AJ that you saw on December 23rd? There were some things that he did really well. I think that one of the things that he did good that fight was that he came out pretty aggressive, and he hadn't been as aggressive in his last few fights. So that was I think they had a really good game plan, and I was questioning before the fight his move to Ben Davison, but he obviously showed that was a good move, and no, they had a good game plan and came well prepared, and all credit to them. Listen, you're a sharp cookie. You know your boxing. How would you, if you were in the ring tonight with Francis Ngannou, how would you approach this fight? If it was me fighting or if I was Joshua? Go on then. Take it as if you were advising Joshua how we should approach this evening. Well, Joshua is a strong guy, and so is Ngannou, but Joshua is better technical. So Joshua is a very good puncher. I know that firsthand. So I think that Joshua should go in there, take charge like he did against me, really, and try to put it on him and see what Ngannou does. He's got to be dangerous, of course, but I think sometimes if you play too safe, that's not good either. So my trainer always says that you can't hit unless you take a swing. So I think Joshua should go for it, and I think he will get him out of there. Give me a prediction. What's your instinct on the fight? You've just said that you think he's going to get him out of there early, late, mid. Where's it going to be? Well, I hope he finishes faster than what he finished me. So before the fifth round, I'm hoping. Listen, you've obviously, as well as being in with Anthony, you've been in with Tyson Fury as well. And again, speaking from as a UK fight fan, the majority of us would like Anthony Joshua to come through this evening, and then that propel him towards a fight, a long-awaited fight that we've all been thirsty for a long period of time with Tyson Fury. How do you think that matches up stylistically? I think it would be a great fight. I always said that I think that Fury's going to win that fight pretty comfortably. But now, after I've been in with Joshua, I think a little bit different. I think I'm still leaning towards Fury, but I think it would be a good fight. And Fury really, really needs to be in his A game and bring everything he has to beat Joshua. Because I think Joshua, with the right game plan, can give him a lot of problems. And we see how it looks tonight. But I think that Ben Davison could be a very good trainer for him. We've obviously got 2 fights to go through before we get that opportunity. Do you think that both Fury and Joshua will come through their bouts? You've obviously already said that you think Joshua might get the job done this evening. Do you think Fury will get the job done against Usyk? I think so. You know, yes, being the bigger man and being a very good boxer as Fury, but he needs to be on his day game. He didn't look great last time against Ngannou, and he's got to come in good shape and use everything he has. And, remember Usyk his jab and feints and not just go for the power, which he can do. But I think that Fury, he really needs to bring everything he has, and can't just rely on power and trying to knock him out.
And from your own point of view, Otto, when we're going to see you again? When you planning on getting back in the ring?
I'm planning on fighting again in the summer, probably be in Texas, get a fight there, and hopefully something bigger in the fall.
You got an idea of opponent? Have you got your eye on?
Nobody really. I was asked this question yesterday, the day before, and I thought about it since. I haven't really thought about names much, but I was a little bit upset with Chisora actually when I was in Saudi last time. He was being very disrespectful backstage. So if I can, I'll fight Chisora.
Mate, look at that, eh? This is what this show's for, Otto. Call people out and hopefully we can get them materialised for you. Listen, thank you very much. You were fantastic, obviously, in the build-up towards the fight with December 23rd. I know that it didn't go your way, but I'm looking forward to seeing you do your thing again. Otto, thank you so much for joining us on the show, mate. Take care.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Top man. There you go. Otto Wallin, who was in action at the end of December against Anthony Joshua, was on the receiving end of Joshua's resurgence, I suppose. And we'll concentrate on Josh now. What have you made of the resurgence since the 2 defeats back-to-back with Usyk? I know that he switched around with trainers, but last time out against Otto, with the involvement of Ben Davison, it just seemed to click.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, it's been a work in progress over the last 12 months. We saw the rebuilding process, really, if you like I said to you, Jermaine Franklin, then Helenius, and then Otto Wallin. And we saw the improvements in every fight, but the last time just seemed to click. And that's what Josh needs. He needed that to reinstall a little bit of that confidence, that self-belief, because that's where he's at his best. When he fights with his heart on his sleeve, when he steps in with his shots, and when he puts the shots together in 3s and 4s. That's what's been missing from Anthony Joshua. Holding his feet, leaning with his shots, throwing single shots, and that lack of confidence. We saw against Wallin there. I mean, him and Otto go back a long way. They boxed a couple of times as amateurs. Otto, we was out there in December, and Otto was oozing confidence. He truly believed...
He's a genuine banana skin, mate.
He truly believed that he had Joshua at the right time. He said, listen, he doesn't believe in his confidence. He's not stepping in. I can see it in his eyes. He doesn't fancy it anymore. I think the fight's left him. Coming out of there, you speak to him, and he was like, wow, I couldn't believe how good he was, how ruthless he was, how, ferocious he was. And that was the difference. And I think Anthony Joshua can beat any heavyweight out there right now. I truly believe that. It's a fascinating one, because we've gone from the public, right? We've gone from the public talking about Anthony Joshua and saying he's finished, he's done, he can never come back, he's finished, he's shot. And then he has one performance like that and everyone's going, I think he does Fury. I think he wins. I think he does that. That's, you know what I mean? The public perception of him. There's so many eyeballs on Anthony Joshua. Could you imagine the pressure that comes with that?
Yeah.
He's got to deal with that. Everything is scrutinised down to the last little bit with Anthony Joshua, whatever he does. And that comes with a lot of pressure. So, yeah, I think he's in a great place right now.
How mad is that as a fighter, Josh? Because you have your highs and everybody's riding them coattails, everybody's on it with you, everybody's loving it, and then all of a sudden you have maybe a bump and you think to yourself, where's everybody gone? What the bump next going here? Why has the narrative changed about me all of a sudden?
It's boxing. It's boxing.
And you know what? And you chose it as a career, pal.
You have to ride it. You have to ride with it. Like, if you're looking in different respects, football, for instance, if Troy's had a bad game, then he gets next week to sort it out.
Yeah.
And then, if he's conscious of that, he could go on a good spell, and it's all of a sudden it's forgot about. People, in previous clubs, Troy might have had a bad game, and everyone's taking to Twitter, Instagram, scandalous, get rid of him, get him. All of a sudden...
Hat-trick next week.
Next week. War legend, getting Troy tattoos on their arms. It's just that, it's sport, it's what happens. Obviously, in boxing, we have the big gap in between. So, for instance, I lost my own fight, speaking of myself selfishly. I lost to Lopez. People, Josh is done. You should retire. I had people close to me, Josh, that's some great fights, mate. Do you want to leave it alone?
Yeah.
Against Lee Wood, no one gave me a chance. And then up until the stoppage, boxing his ears off.
Yeah.
I had phone calls after. Tell you what, Josh, you just went back to your best. You were like watching a Josh Thornton against a Carl Frampton or a Lee Selby. So this is the thing with boxing. Sometimes it's a bit of a gap, but there's a lot what goes on behind the scenes in the gymnasium. Hours and hours and hours of repetition, practicing certain things, and obviously we only get to showcase it under the lights. And it's been a steady transition back. He's needed a bit of momentum, bit of confidence restoring. And the last couple of fights, he's done just that.
What's he like as a lad? Because we interview him as media members, and obviously I'm sure there's a persona there, maybe a bit of a barrier and what have you. As a lad, is he an extremely confident fella? Is he a person that needs reassurance? Where's he at?
A mixture of both. He's very confident in who he is and what he's trying to do, but he's so conscious of learning and wanting to get that extra 1% and that 0.5% wherever he can get it. You know, we've had discussions sometimes about him maybe doing too much, maybe thinking too much about the finer details. But I think the biggest thing, and we haven't spoken about this, but this is just my opinion, I think when he was coming through the Olympics, and it was a nice story because he was relatable. Josh probably had this, and I think we've all had it as sports people. Yeah. You're relatable because you're one of the lads, and what happens is this perception of money takes over.
Mm-hmm. From the fans?
From a fan's perspective, they go, well, he's earning 50 million this fight, he's 20 million that
He's sorted
fight.
now, him.
And before you know it, it's like, you're not a human anymore. And the monetary value of what a fan puts on a person, there'll be fans and people close to you think you've earned 400 million. Might not be the case. Based on the stone on, it probably has earned 400 million. But do you know what I mean? And everyone's perception of who and what you are changes. And I think that's where Josh has lost a little bit, where he's still being humble, still helping out, still being really nice. But people's perception has changed of him because they feel like he's not relatable anymore. But you'll see him, he loves riding his motorbikes. I think he does chilling out. He doesn't do anything weird and wonderful. He's just a normal bloke.
I think the problem with Josh is that he does overthink and he does take things personally and he does listen to what everyone says and he wants everyone's opinion. Like, he'll do some crazy stuff like, I'll be in the gym with him one time, we'll be in Finchley or whatever else, and now he's like world heavyweight champion. And he'll go like, he'll be working on the bag and he'll go, you're walking past, all right, Josh, yeah, good. Here, Spence. Like, if I throw the jab, do you think I should step round here and throw the left hook? And you look at him and you go, you're overthinking it, mate. You're the world heavyweight champ. I don't think that is, though. I think that's him. Sorry to interrupt. I think that's him going, I didn't have the amateur pedigree that everybody else has got. Let me fast... He's looking at you going, you're a legend, you've been there, you've done it. So I actually think it's the other way, knowing him. I think it's more of him just going, give me a bit more knowledge, give me a bit more game. Because when you look at it in any sport, the older way of doing it to the newer way, there's different things, but the old way, the fundamentals are always the same. And all we've done now is change it, whether that be football, athletic. We all think, we can just cut that corner out and do it this way. If you do the old stuff... He just wants to take all the data in, take all the data in, take it in.
That. And it might not even come out. It might come out in this fight, what you said to him. It come out for 10 fights.
Absolutely.
But he goes... Spencer told me this, actually.
I'm stepping to the left there and bang.
I hope it did, actually. We had that conversation. And we had that conversation, mate. And if it happens, right,
it's all you.
If anything happens like that, I want to go to you. There you go.
You are listening to talkSPORT. It is the Rumble in Riyadh. I can tell you that Ray Vargas is making his way to the ring right now for his world title defence against Nick Bull. I'm sure Josh Warrington's got his eye on this. He's going to be glued to it. WBC world title on the line. We will keep you across that on the talkSPORT network, and don't forget, we are live as well on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel for our Watchalong. We'll talk to Josh Warrington about where he's currently at and try and spoil for a fight next.
with emotion. You know, we worked on game plans and we perfected them, but that all went out window, and it was sheer grit, determination, and the roar of this crowd what got me through this tonight.
You're listening to the Rumble in Riyadh, the Watchalong on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Catterall. Josh Warrington is here, throwing shapes in the studio as we speak right now. Troy Deeney alongside him and Spencer Oliver.
You should have never done that piece. We've got a featherweight title fight going on here at WBC, and we've got him next to us, like shaving up.
I'm having a adrenaline rush here. That's pumping.
Listen, we're going to keep you across the fight that's currently going on in Saudi Arabia. It is Nick Bull's world title attempt against the world champion Ray Vargas. Troy, just quickly, size difference. Look at that, man.
It's mental, isn't it?
5'11" versus 5'3".
I always would like try and look at the legs. I don't know if you think that, Josh.
Yeah,
but I look at the legs of Vargas. He looked really, really thin. Bit Deontay Wilder, like for the people listening on radio. He's really long, but got quite a big shoulder reach as well. So that reach, obviously, I've put down here is 70 centimetres. I reckon. Like he's a big boy, ain't he, Josh?
I mean, I think the statistics online were saying that he's 5'7.5". I'm 5'7". He's not 5'7.5". He's got to be at least. He's got to be at least 6'2".
Mate, he's a big
but
boy.
yeah, it's a hell of a distance to break down. And you know, a lot of people presume that Mexican fighters, just such as Vegas, just go forward. But I've seen Vargas box on the back foot. He throws punches from all angles, and it's going to be a hell of a job. Nick, just to close that distance down before he lets his shots go.
Yeah.
By the time he's, gets into that distance and that range, Vargas could have moved off, or he could have been setting up a few different combinations. So it's interesting how, at this moment in time, Vargas is just keeping him at distance.
Yeah, he's falling short a lot at the moment, isn't he, Nick Bull, trying to lunge in with that big looping left up. We'll keep you across it, though, throughout the course of this fight, because the boys are watching it in the studio. Whilst we're talking featherweights, are you still a featherweight? Because, with all due respect, I think the majority of the fight fans that are listening to the show thought that the direction would be Lee Wood. We were talking stadium fights and all that type of stuff. Lee, we're on board. We've had him on the show. You're absolutely on board for that one. But Lee's already announced that he is going to super feather.
Yes.
So, if that fight does materialise, I would imagine that it's going to take place at super feather. So, what's your situation? What are you thinking at the moment, mate?
Adam, look at the size of me. I'm absolutely
You're
massive.
riding it in that stony palace.
I'm absolutely massive. I'm almost as big as Troy. You know what? I've made featherweight most of my career, Adam. There were some stages when I was boxing, I was probably a super bantamweight fighting for titles, featherweight titles. Over the last few years, the thought of featherweight, super feather, and stepping up, has entered my mind. Spoke about a lot with my team. If the fight would have gone my way against Lee Wood last time, I would have been saying to Eddie, I want to fight against Ray Vargas myself.
Yeah.
And if not...
Because it would have been a unification there, wouldn't it?
I'd have been looking for that, yeah. And if not, then I'm stepping up. I think it's been something that me and my team have spoke about for a long time. And at the start of the year, obviously, the negotiations, the talk was it's going to happen at the City Ground. So we got into a stage of, right, we're building up to super feather. And my old fella would say, don't just treat it as luxury, that you've got a bit more weight, that you don't have to take so much off.
Functional.
I want to build into
a
solid super featherweight, so that's what our plan has been doing. So
to strip it back off now would be a nightmare.
If it's slip there.
If what happened there, he went down.
Did he slip?
Yeah.
If an opportunity came up, then...
shouting, Spence.
No. I was so into what Josh was saying there. And, I was watching the fight, but I got so into what he was saying there, I just lost it.
I lost it a bit, to be fair, but it's one of the things where if a fight did come up with the right amount of notice, then I'd have to have really good consideration. But at this moment in time, I'm 33. I probably see the rest of my days out at an heavier weight.
It's been really interesting. Your division's been interesting over the last year or so, hasn't it? Because you've had your rivalry with Lee. Michael Conlan's been in there from a domestic point of view. These crazy Mexican fighters have been coming home and adding to that mix as well. It's been really, really interesting from a fight fan's point of view as feather, but also now as you look at super feather, with Joe having a title there, Lee stepping up, some other nice little knockabouts. That's kind of really where the opportunity is, isn't it?
And you know what? You see a lot of the champions, they normally have one or two defences and then a step up.
Yeah.
I had my first couple of defences, you know, Carl Frampton, Kid Gallard, these guys were in the top 5 of the world, never mind just in Great Britain. Then I was desperate to fight a Santa Cruz, a Gary Russell Jr., a Shawcor Stevenson.
Yeah.
He's up to lightweight
light now. Yeah, he's light.
He spoke about going up to light welter. You know, some of these guys just don't mess about and they move up through the divisions. And obviously I've been just tempted, staying at feather, to get a unification. I wanted to tick that box of being a unified champion. But now it's like, right, go look at your own self, where you are, your own health, and you know, I feel really good when I'm sparring a bit heavier. I feel strong. So let's take some challenges, like you said. There's some tempting fights out there at super feather, and the division's wide open.
Yeah. And people don't understand, right, what Josh is talking about there. Talking about jumping from 9 stone to 9 stone 4. So people that will be listening to this or watching this will be going, "Where's £4? What is that?"
They're putting £4 on tonight.
But when you're a fighter, when you're a fighter, and I can vouch for this because this was what I was like when I was boxing at 9 stone. I was strong as an ox. When I was boxing at 8'10", it took it out of me because, like, for the smaller guys, you're talking about those £4. That is like 4 stone because it's all fluid, and that is the difference. No, trust me, it is, mate. Trust me, it is. Trust me, it is. In the boxing world, it is. Losing £2, £3, £4 is a lot of weight when you're down tight.
When there's nothing on you, yeah.
So what I'm saying is, Josh has that frame. Like you look at him, he's a big featherweight. So you go, he's going to fill out to that, and it will be an easy adjustment to go up to super featherweight. And when you're at that age, 32, 33, and you're sort of getting into the twilight of your career, it's a perfect move. You know, trying to drain yourself down all the time. It's just like you start getting boxing people and getting beat by people that you should never have even lost to. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that move up is always that time, and I think that for Josh Warrington, I think that time is now. The opportunities are there at that super featherweight.
I've had 7 world title fights.
That's what I'm saying. You've got the pedigree, you know.
There's just experimenting, like we spoke earlier about AJ experimenting in the gym. There's times when there was a moment when I'd be sparring at a certain weight and feel really strong, but then as my career's gone on and I've got a bit older, the moment when I'd spar at that same weight as well, and like, you know what, I need a bit more on me. I need a bit more on me. So, you know, it's just boxing. It's just fighters do go on and go up, and I think there's some really exciting things to come at super feather.
Mate, fingers crossed we can get something soon, yeah? Because we can't be out of the ring.
What are you playing out right again? Because I will be getting up and shadowboxing.
Listen, Ray Vargas and Nick Ball are in the ring at the moment. It has just started to engage in the... what are we in? Second, third round?
Third round.
Yeah. Nick Ball was lunging in nice in the earlier stages of this fight, but he seems to be connecting now with those looping left hooks, so we'll keep you across that. What we were referring to a moment or two ago is that Ray Vargas did touch down, but it was deemed as a slip, and he's just been thrown to the deck as well by the powerhouse that is Nick Ball. Doesn't look like he's too happy there, does Ray Vargas. Whilst the boys are just keeping an eye on that, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get ourselves across to the Redwood pub, which is just outside talkSPORT Towers here. We're going to go to our man, Ollie Klink. That's right, he's got the good job tonight. We're in here, we're on the water. He's out in the booze, having a whale of a time. Look at him there. All right, Ollie, lad. What's going on down at the Redwood, mate?
Gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the pub. You're right, I have got the best gig tonight, haven't I? The atmosphere's bubbling really nicely. Bodies are starting to come in here and we're looking forward to a very, very big fight between Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou. In fact, I've got a big fight fan with me right now. Joe, good evening to you. Right, first question. Who do you want to win this fight between Joshua and Ngannou?
Easy question, Joshua.
Why Joshua?
I don't know, he's the Brit, he's the Olympic champion, he's everything. Like, I've always loved Joshua and I just want Joshua to carry on. I want him to come back, I want him to get another chance at his world title, and I want him to get it again.
How do you actually see this fight going though? Because there's a lot on the line for Joshua tonight, isn't there?
Yeah, a lot, a hell of a lot. But, I don't know, I think it's going to be, the shock factor's going to be gone. Ngannou, he's seen Ngannou fight Tyson Fury now. Obviously Tyson Fury knocked him down, Tyson Fury was knocked down by him. I think Joshua's going to win it quite comfortably. Maybe about 6th round, knockout, blowout by Ngannou, trying to keep up.
I like the confidence for Joshua there. Easy win for him. While I've got you, mate, there was a big fight announced yesterday. Jake Paul taking on Mike Tyson. It's going to be live, I think, on Netflix as well. What do you make of these kinds of fights, and how do you see that one going?
I don't know. Intriguing. Everybody wants to know the answer. They want to see what the outcome of the fight is. I don't really care about it, other than the fact I want to know who wins. I want to see some fighting, but I mean, what is there, like 30 years between the two of them? Shouldn't be punching a 57, 58-year-old man, but I do want to see it.
Well, it's Mike Tyson as well. Just finally, how you finding your night at the pub, mate? You enjoying it?
Oh, great. Football's on, boxing's on, we're ready to go.
And that is absolutely bang on. Joe, thank you very much indeed. Gentlemen, join me a bit later. The atmosphere is bubbling really nicely here, though, and we're very much enjoying ourselves.
You're having a touch there, Ollie, mate. I'll tell you what, next time we're going to set the studio up in the Boozer, right? We'll come and join you next time, all right, mate? Thank you very much for that, pal. Really interesting fight, this, in the featherweight division between Ray Vargas and Nick Ball. Whilst Ollie was obviously getting stuck in there with a couple of punters down at the Red Bull, what did you make of that, Josh? You were just keeping an eye on it?
Yeah, I see that Vargas, he seems to be putting a little bit more snap. Troy said as well, he seems to be putting a little bit more snap into his punches. He's been teetering the jabs for the first 2 rounds, but then he seems to be teetering the jabs, and then as Nick Ball's bringing the hands high, he's going downstairs to the body. Obviously, it's a long way for Vargas to go, being up in clouds, all the way down to the body, but he looks to be really whipping them body shots in, and you can see that Ball's getting a little bit frustrated with the distancing, and when he's getting there, he's just trying to wrestle.
Yeah. Listen, we'll keep you across that. Nick Ball in world title action against world champion Ray Vargas. We're back on the heavyweights next, right here on talkSPORT, so don't be going anywhere. This is Rumble in Riyadh, the watch-along on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Cattrall. Pleasure to be with you. Spencer Oliver alongside me, as always, Josh Warrington and Troy Deeney in Studio 2 as we are watching along the events that are taking place in Saudi Arabia. And the main event tonight, Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou, scheduled for around about 20 past 11. All right, so if you want to obviously get that on your television, mute it, and then tune into the lads as we go and lose our marbles once the knockout chaos kicks off. Then you're more than welcome to come and join us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. And of course, we're live across talkSPORT as well. In the ring at the moment, Vargas, the WBC Featherweight champion, defending his world title against Nick Ball. Just a quick update on that, Josh. Obviously, being a man that is in and around these weight divisions, what are you making of it so far through these early rounds?
So obviously, Vargas is keeping it long. He's got that range, he's got that distancing. And I think he's been frustrating, Ball. Certainly see over the last few rounds, Ball's been jumping in, getting a bit reckless, and when he has been getting close to Vargas, he's using that short posture and trying to overload Vargas and chucked him down to the canvas a few times. But like I say, again, Vargas looks like he's teetering in that body and really putting some whip and snap into them combinations now. He's touching him up top, bringing Ball's hands up high, and when Ball brings him up, then he's coming right down to his body.
He's got them big long levers, hasn't he, man? Jeez, they are big. There's another one. Right, we'll keep you across that as that develops out in Saudi Arabia. After this co-main event, it's two big heavyweights, Zhang versus Joseph Parker. Obviously, the main event everybody's been talking about this week because some are in AJ's camp, some are in Ngannou's camp. He's only got to touch him and this is going to happen and that's going to happen. The co-main event is actually two lads coming off very good, significant wins in their career, Spence. And I think it's a fantastic piece of matchmaking.
Listen, this is the fight of the night for me. It always has been the fight of the night. When I heard that they'd made that bout, you just go, wow, brilliant. You know, Joseph Parker is just, you know, oozing confidence at the moment after that win against Deontay Wilder. Everyone thought Wilder was going to turn him over, and he went out there and he met fire with fire and he beat Deontay Wilder at his own game. You know, his stock rose massively from that. And you look at what Zhang done to Joe Joyce twice, the second time even more impressively than the first time. You know, you just look at that and you just go, wow, stylistically, this has the makings of a classic, because Andy Lee, who's in Joseph Parker's corner, you look at that, he's a great tactician, and they got the tactics right against Deontay Wilder. They got him to go forward, they got him to close the gap and meet him and get up close and whatnot. If he does that with Zhang, that may be his undoing, because Zhang is that guy that's got slow feet but really quick hands. And he's a great counter-puncher as well, Zhang. You know, we've been talking all night about, you know, Francis Ngannou and the way that he punches when his opponent punches. That's what he was doing against Tyson Fury. Well, that's what Zhang does. You know, he's got quick hands, he's got a good boxing IQ. And if Parker sits there and tries to get too greedy or tries to out-muscle him, out-man him, I think that could be his undoing. And I think that that's probably what will happen because of the confidence that he's taking out of that victory over Deontay Wilder. That may play a significant factor in this one, because Zhang, for me, I don't know what you boys think, but I think that he beat Filip Hrgović, he didn't get the decision. And I just look at him, I go, out of all the heavyweights out there right now, he's the danger man.
He's the danger man, the power that he brings as well.
Absolutely.
That power is just absolutely crazy. Now, everyone talks about the juggernaut, Joe Joyce. Not only can deliver a big punch, but could take one as well. But what did Zhang do to him? Not just once, but twice. Yeah. And, you know, Joe Joyce was the only man to really hit Parker as well. You know, Parker's always found a way to just box round, avoid the big punches, but Joyce sucking him in. Now, like Spence is saying there, is Parker going to go in there with a lot of confidence? I can just do this. I'm going to go be aggressive. I'm going to go forward. He said it himself in some of the interviews I've seen, that he's going to be aggressive. He's going to take this to fight to him. But that could be a bit of a mistake. Because then them counter-punches will come over. They're just so heavy.
Quick as well, man.
It takes one.
Also, as well, I think he broke Joe in the first fight. Yeah. Because I think Joe's lived off that, can't get stopped, can take a dig. Yeah. And I think, obviously, the second one, he dealt with him with better disdain. Him with a bang, deal with it, good night. Yeah. But I think he broke him in the first one, so I don't really take the second one for the value that it probably should have. I think the first one was the most impressive. Yeah.
I think it's about adaptability, and I think that with Joe Joyce, he's one of those guys, what you see, what you get. You know, the name suits what he is. He's the juggernaut, roll forward, and if that don't work, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And I think with Zhang, he's got that adaptability. He's the Olympic medalist. He's the guy that's got the boxing IQ. Forget the size of him and that he's got slow feet. He actually knows how to work an opponent out.
Absolutely.
He knows how to set traps.
As well.
And that's what he done. He set the trap and he flattened him in the second one, because after he went in the first fight with Joe Joyce, he's thinking, this was easy. Yeah. And he knows that Joe Joyce can't bring anything different to the table. So the second fight was like you say, you're looking at the second fight and you look at that and you go, you don't read too much into that. What I took from that was Zhang actually thought, I know exactly what to do here. I'm going to feed him this and I'm going to crack him with this. And that's exactly what he done.
No,
he made it easy.
I mean more from like when you look at Joe Parker doing Deontay Wilder, everyone was like, there's no... Joe's in there just to take a payday and get hurt, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
Was like, he took so much more from it. He boxed more from it.
Yeah, definitely.
Took the game plan away from Deontay Wilder. And by round 8, you were like, oh my God, is Wilder going to see the end of this? And then when I look at the Joyce fight, the first one, you were like, oh, that was the standing point. And I don't think any of us ever thought that Joe Joyce was going to win the second fight. So I think that's why I'm trying to get out more from that way. But I think it's the age, 40, he's not getting any younger. Big boy as well. And we were talking about Josh obviously being in a position where as you get older, it's harder to keep the weight down. It's harder to get up and do the runs.
Well, he's weighing in heavier and heavier
every time. And I think that plays into, with Andy Lee, I think that plays into Joe's hands. He's very quick, quite small for a heavyweight, gets about, and I think he'll do a job. And I was listening to Andy on the way down and he's talking about they've been out there all week, training at this time, stayed up till 5 a.m. so that they're ready, peaked to fight at this time. And I think he's going to come out and he's really going to take it to him.
I think from a Joseph Parker point of view, he's absolutely better now than he was when he was world champion. I think the rebuild since Joe Joyce took him out with Andy Lee, you can see it. I know that the opponent level isn't necessarily as big as that. It's taken a little bit of time, but last time out against Deontay Wilder, he detonated. Well, he dismantled that bomb, didn't he?
People forget that this guy is only 31 years of age. So he's only coming into his prime. Do you know what I mean? You look at him and you look at Joseph Parker and you go, that defeat against, when he boxed Joe Joyce, you look at that and you think, right, that was a bad defeat, like knockout in the 11th round. You look at that and you go, whoa, I don't know if he's going to ever come back from this, because you remember Parker being around for so long. Then you remember looking at the stats and you go, he's only 31. Of course he can come back from this. And that's where it is. He's improving all the time. Like the development that he's been through. He's been world champion. He's done that. He's been in with the best. He's boxed Anthony Joshua. He took Joshua the distance. So he's feeding from that all the time. And like with the added confidence now with Andy Lee, that is the game changer. You just said there about when he fought Josh. I was there. That was in Cardiff, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. And if you'd have told me that Josie Parker is going to be this now, it was a bit of a snore fest, that fight. It was one of them when you were waiting for it. It was like Joe was like, as long as I don't get knocked out, I've done all right. Yeah, that's the impression I got on the night. And you're like, he can take people out. He's in that position where he's got the confidence with Andy Lee, sitting on his punches. And I wouldn't be surprised. I think with the youth, the confidence and the speed he's got, I think he stops him. I know it's a massive thing.
Let's do it. Troy, give me a pick.
I think he stops him in 10.
Wow.
Josh?
I think if Parker wins, it'll be points. I think he'd have to pick his moments. Box well.
Splinters out
right.
backside.
Right.
Give me a pick.
I'd root down Zhang.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going Zhang.
KO.
10 rounds.
Zhang KO.
I think Joseph Parker will do this on points.
Whoa.
So we're 2-2.
Whoa.
We're 2-2.
Does he change your mind? Did he change your mind? That's the beauty. I'm sure you said Zhang to me.
No, I didn't. Listen, the point is, that's the beauty of that fight. Because people can make that argument for Zhang, people can make that argument for Parker. It's an absolutely must-see fight, and we're going to be calling you through it here on talkSPORT. Just a quick update from the fight that's currently going on in Saudi Arabia. The featherweights are in there. Nick Bull's taking on Ray Vargas. I know this is normally nothing really to go off, because what the broadcaster normally has is viewers watch along and viewers score along the fight and what have you. And they've currently got, through 6 rounds, 5-1 in favour of the champion, Ray Vargas. Looks like there's been a slight clash of heads there as well. Referee's just trying to sort it out. But the viewers that are watching along with this at home have got Ray Vargas, the champion, 5-1 up. I think we're there or thereabouts with that, with the way that Ray Vargas has been doing his work. Nick Bull's got to change this up, hasn't he?
He certainly has, but he's getting a lot of momentum now. There's a clash of heads there, and he's sort of fed off that as well, if I'm honest. He's coming forward, he's doing what his name says, he's the wrecking ball, and he's starting to close that gap. Vargas is the one with the height and the reach, and, he's been dominating this fight and been very impressive, switching the attacks to the body, but Nick Ball, you know, he's a determined little so-and-so, and he'll stick in there.
Nearly, you nearly did it. You nearly forgot you were on the radio.
We're good, mate. We're good.
Well done, mate. Well
That was
done.
probably the best words I could use. Yeah, and he's pushing forward, man. The momentum is there. So fight ain't over yet.
Yeah.
He's well behind on the scorecards, but it's not over yet.
He's got to keep this momentum up, and he's got to keep this pressure on and hope that Vargas will crumble. But Vargas, again, he normally throws...
He's got him! He's got him! That's exactly what you were... Oh, and he's walked onto one! That's exactly what you were talking about, Josh, regarding that. Just keep the momentum on him.
He done the old breakdance there, didn't he?
He definitely got him going with the legs, and then he walked onto one himself as this round's coming to a little bit of a close. I would say stick with it, but do you know what I mean? I kind of like those cliffhangers. Do stick with us here on talkSPORT. We'll be back in a minute. If this fight has finished, we'll let you know about it. Welcome back to Rumble in Riyadh, the watch-along on talkSPORT with me, Adam Catterall, Spencer Oliver, Josh Warrington and Troy Deeney. We are building up towards the huge heavyweight contest between Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou. Are we about to see one of the biggest shocks in sporting history? Yeah, I'm going big on it. Find out in just over an hour's time.
Anthony Joshua.
This fight is my everything, my soul, my spirit, my mind, my body. Right now, I'm not thinking about any championship belts.
I'm just a beginner out here that's going to come as an underdog to win the fight.
Ngannou's no mug. Got to be careful against this guy. You know, you can't just rush in because he's going to throw with you.
This is AJ's hardest fight of all his fights. It's the unknown.
Big right hand down from Joshua, and down goes Selenius. Victor Lachlan waves his arms, and the fight is over.
Oh! Fury's down! Oh my Fury God. Is down! Has just happened.
My God. Losing against Ngannou, it would be a big step back and possibly the end of his career, really.
I heard that he doesn't have a chin. I don't know if it's true or not. I hope I had an opportunity to test that out.
You have to take someone's soul, you have to take their spirit. And I'm looking forward to the challenge for sure. I just want to conquer it and make everyone know that I'm the one who puts boxing on the map.
3, 2...
Action-packed tonight. Knockout chaos is promised, and we just might be getting it in the smaller guys as well. We've obviously got heavyweights in the main event, heavyweights in the core main event, featherweights in the ring as we speak right now. Nick Bull trying to become a world champion, taking on the WBC featherweight champion Vargas. The boys have got a little bit of a scorecard going on, but whilst that little package was playing there, you should have seen the atmosphere in the studio. It went up just a touch. Troy, counted as a knockdown. I think it was a knockdown, a cuff in left hand on as he was being shoved down. Vargas.
It was a schoolyard knockdoad when you grab someone's hood and throw it over their head and then give him a little dig on the way down. That's what that was.
There's a man that's been there, done it, and got the t-shirt.
I've seen a lot of it. I didn't do it. No, Nick's literally put it straight on Vargas' toes, and I think what Josh was saying, he's not going to slow down. He's coming forward. He's got a bit of juice behind him now, a bit of belief. But Vargas is not looking like he wants to be in there at all. He's getting manhandled, dragged around. Even though he's the bigger man, he's been on the floor about 8-9 times. And I think, I had it, not that I'm any professional by any stretch of imagination, but I had it 4-3 before that round.
You've got it 4 apiece now with the knockdown in Nick's
and then I've got a nick up by 1, because of the 8-10 score. But it's close, and it's a good scrap.
But the momentum is absolutely with Nick Bull, isn't it?
It absolutely is. I've got Vargas by 1 at the moment, but if I was a betting man and you see the momentum,
and you are, I know you are. I've seen it.
Yeah, but I can't get on here. I can't get the reception in. What's that Wi-Fi code, mate? Yeah, no. Listen. Yeah, you're going to go. Nick Bull's got that momentum with him, and if you look at the pattern of this fight, the way that it's going right now, Vargas is sort of falling to pieces a little bit. He's like, there's a fragile look around him at the moment. You're thinking, is he going to pull himself together or is he going to crumble? I'd probably go for the latter right now, because for me, Nick Bull looks like a man on a mission. I think we're going to get a new featherweight WBC
he's gone early. He's gone early. We're only in the 9th.
I've gone early, mate. I've gone early.
We're only in the 9th. Calm down.
I think he's Vargas is used to this. He's mixed in bigger leagues before, and he's had bits of rough and tumble before. Probably not as much as this. Probably not front of the canvas as many times. And he's fighting at a very high pace as well. Yeah. But he's taken some very high shots. It's not the first time he's been down as well.
No.
I say against when he won the title against Magasawa, he touched the canvas in the 9th. So I think that Vargas will thrash it out to the end.
We're in for some championship rounds here, aren't we?
Yeah, we definitely are, mate. Take 2-1 on that. 2-1 on
that. Whilst these two are slugging it out, and we will keep you across it as you're tuning into talkSPORT and the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, because we're live on there. You'll see our fancy spanking new studio, and we'll also be crossing to the Redwood pub in a minute, where Ollie Klink is having a whale of a time with a lot of people tuning in to Anthony Joshua, Francis Ngannou, coming up at around about 11:20 this evening. So if you are watching along at home, listening along at home, that's the time when the big boys will be in the ring. And obviously we've got Zhang and Parker still to come. I'm going to give you a question here, boys, right? And this might last a few hours on the debate. We don't have to conclude it right now. I'll come to you first and foremost, Spence. There's always a chat, isn't there, in the heavyweight division, who's the best of this era? I think we can go back to certain eras and conclude this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. In this time, who for you, at the moment, is the leader of the pack? Is there a leader of the pack? If there isn't, who's the closest to becoming the leader of the pack?
There was a clear leader of the pack in Tyson Fury. You got the last performance. He looked terrible in his last performance. Don't know about the preparation, whether the wheels are coming off. We're going to find out a little bit more about that on May the 18th. You see Anthony Joshua, you see the momentum, you see the improvements. I'm going AJ, mate.
Give me the justification.
I'm going for the justifications are for exactly what I've just said. You know, the improvements. Since the Alexander Usyk loss, put him in with Alexander Usyk again now, he beats Usyk.
Do you think so?
Yeah, absolutely, because Anthony Joshua's one of these guys. Now, I know him personally, as do you, Troy, right? Anthony Joshua's one of these guys. The psychological side of Joshua is more than the physicalities. We know he's got the physicalities, but if he's that self-belief is what is missing from is what has been missing from him. That goes back to maybe the Klitschko day. That's when it started. Maybe that's when it started to undo, and then the Ruiz knockout, and he's really struggled to find his form since then. And that self-belief now with the team up with Ben Davison, you know, the momentum and activity has been key for him as well. That inactivity has been a big part of the performances, his recent performances as well. So, last 11 months, I think he's looked sensational. Marks improvements all the time. For that reason, that reason alone, I'm going Anthony Joshua right now. Looks the most solid of the lot.
OK. Does he have, on his resume right now, the signature wins?
Yeah, I think he has. I think that, you know...
Compared to the other guys that we're talking about?
Well, so the other guys we're talking about, you're talking about Tyson Fury, you're talking about those 3 wins over Deontay Wilder, and you go, listen, that took a lot out of both of them guys. I don't care what people say. And we saw that in Deontay Wilder's performance against Joseph Parker. And I think that when you take those away from him, yet the Klitschko win, but the Klitschko, you would say, well, you know, what was that? You know, was it Klitschko at his end there as well? So, look, it's difficult to weigh it up like that, really.
You can't take away the Klitschko win.
No.
Because that was fantastic.
Out in Germany.
Yeah. He's got away from all.
A bit of a ball fest. It's out in Germany. Yeah, you're right there. I'll take that back. That was a bit of a low blow, that one, if I'm totally honest.
I'm not really trying to make your argument for it.
You're right. I'm getting carried away with the Joshua thing, weren't I? But, yeah,
the Klitschko win and the second Wilder fight.
When you look at resumes, you look at them and you weigh them up and you go, there's no real outstanding one there, is there? Mm-hmm. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'd agree
Joshua
with what
weighs up. Joshua's resume weighs up for Tyson Fury's. That is a fact. Anyone that says it don't is wrong, you know? And I think that's where it is.
OK. Hold that thought, because I'm going to get Josh's thoughts in a minute. I'm going to get Troy's thoughts on that as well. But before we get that, we're going back to the booze, lads, just to wind ourselves up a little bit, aren't we? Because Ollie Klink, look at the smiling face. Don't bring that smiling face to my programme, mate, whilst you're having a whale of a time and we're sat here drinking H2O, watching the fights in the studio. Not that we're not enjoying ourselves, we absolutely are. Ollie, what's going on in the Redwood, matey?
Oh, gents, I miss you.
Yeah, of course you do.
Honestly, having such a good time. I know what you're like in the pub, Cat, man, and it's great fun always, and all of you as well. But yeah, I mean, as I said before, it's really now starting to build up a lot. We're getting the oohs and ahs with everything that's happening, even in these fights on the undercard as well. I've been having a chat to quite a few of the punches as well. There's a lot of support for AJ tonight, as you might expect. There are a few people that are wanting to see him knocked out tonight, and so it's getting pretty interesting. This crowd, I can't wait to see how it goes when the fight actually begins, because I think it's going to be pretty split between AJ and those that want to see him get knocked out as well. But as I say, the pints are flowing really well and we're all having a brilliant time. Just wish you were here.
How many of you had? Listen, I can tell that it's starting to slur a bit, all. How many of you had? Come on.
I'm not going to disclose that, lads. Not going to disclose that, but it's not quite double figures yet.
All right,
but
mate.
You never know. By the end of the night, it might
listen. That's the job, my man. You enjoy yourself, all right? Bring us the atmosphere once the big boys get in there a little bit later on. Top stuff. Ollie Klink there in the Redwood pub, keeping you up to date with how the fans are reacting to the fights that are currently going on. And currently going on, we've got Ray Vargas defending his world title against Nick Bull. Turned into a bit of a Mexican slugfest, isn't it? They're having a little bit of a go at each other in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, they're going all out, mate. This is, Ray Vargas is a proud champion. And he's always hanging in there. There was a little wobble in the middle there where we thought, is he coming apart and whatnot? But, he's biting down his gum shield. It is all about the championship rounds. I don't know what you boys think, but I think that this is all on these rounds, really. It's all on the last couple of rounds.
I think so too. I think it's... Nick had a good spell in the mid-rounds. Had some real spell. And he's putting the pressure on. Like I say, I don't think he'll break him down, like overwhelming him, but he looks like he's just dominating.
Is the knockdown the deciding factor at the moment as we stand? Or is Nick a little bit further ahead?
I think it brought Nick a lot closer because I think up until that stage, Vargas were more or less running away with it, with the long shots and keeping him at bay, especially in that first 4 to 5. But he certainly closed that gap, that's for sure.
It's a 2-round fight. It's a 2-round fight.
It's a great fight. How badly do you want it? Let's find out. Do stick with us here on talkSPORT. We're going to bring you the result of that and then get stuck into the co-main event as Zhang and Joe Parker will be in the ring ready to throw down. You're listening to Rumble in Riyadh, the live watch-along on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Cattrall, pleasure to be with you. Spencer Oliver in studio with me, as is Josh Warrington, as is Troy Deeney. And we are looking forward to Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. You can watch this on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Go and check it out. We're also across the talkSPORT network. But right now, we're enthralled with this featherweight contest, which is into the final round. Nick Ball has just landed another knockdown in round number 11. So he landed one in and around round 7, I think it was. Yeah, He's done one in round 11. He lost a large percentage of the first half of this fight, but he has just been like a wasp on a hot summer's day around one of them cold pints in a bit of garden. He just will not clear off. Ray Vargas must be thinking, what have I got to do to get rid of this kid? He's throwing with bad intentions. There's nothing cute about it at all, is there, Josh? Really, it's all coming. Big winging hooks. He's having a lot of effect, and now he's got 3 minutes to try and solidify a world championship.
Well, Ball has kept that intensity up. He's kept the pressure up. He's not let Vargas at any one point had a minute to think. And yeah, it's a little bit dirty, but it's it's a boxing match, yeah, but it's a fight. And when he has gotten close, he's pushing Vargas off of pushing his momentum off. And as he's pushing him, he's coming round with tight right hooks, tight left hooks, and he's having a lot of success. A lot of times Vargas does move off with his hands down and his head held high, and Ball's just taking advantage of that. And the more that he's put the pressure on, the more he's had success.
It's been pure pressure, hasn't it, Troy?
Yeah,
really, because the better boxing's actually come from Vargas, if we're dead honest about it, at range. But the pressure's just been relentless.
Absolutely, and when Nick Ball gets him on the ropes, the forearms in the face, there's another jab coming over the top. It's not great to look at, but it's effective, and there's many ways to win a fight, and he's proven that. And at the minute, I think Spencer's early claim is looking to be right. Spencer, I think you've got it on the money, mate. I hope you got 2-1 on that.
Spot on, mate. Yeah, you don't ever fight with me, though. And that's what it is, boys. I think that, listen, it ain't pretty. We know what Nick Ball does. We saw that against Isaac Dogba, where he toughed it out. There was times there where Dogba was the more skillful of the two, but he just keeps coming. And yeah, it's maybe not pretty, but it's effective. He is what he says, the wrecking ball, and that has won him this fight. I think the knockdowns may be the difference in this one, but it's just that relentless pressure of Nick Ball, and he's going to run out a deserved WBC World Featherweight champion.
Yeah, we've got about 50 seconds remaining of the final round, and Nick Ball is literally chasing Ray Vargas around the ring.
Could you imagine meeting him in a boozer? It would be a nightmare, wouldn't it?
You'd want him on your side, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
I feel like Vargas has not had enough power to deter him. Yeah. He's landed some very good body shots, but balls just seem to have come through him. Couple there.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
doubling it up on it as well.
Yeah, on the left side as well, but right side, sorry. But he just took it up. He keeps coming.
Yep, last 20 seconds now.
I think this that Vargas wins this.
I think they...
Do the knockdowns sway it for you?
Yeah, I think they do.
Because it is tight, isn't it? He did win a large percentage of those early rounds. I mean, like I said, the viewers that are watching along with this, with the broadcaster that we've currently got on, did have it 5-1 after 6 in favour of Vargas. I think we probably had it more like a 4-2, something like that. Nick Ball in the second half of the fight absolutely came on strong. Yeah, he was relentless. He wouldn't go anywhere. And in the second half of the fight, he has landed those 2 10-8 rounds scored officially by the referee.
And when you start looking at the second half of the fight,
I don't like to say I called it before it would be razor tight and Nick Ball would win. Now, if that goes that way, boys.
You couldn't get Wi-Fi though, could you? To get online, you couldn't get Wi-Fi.
No, I could only get Josh Warrington.
I always think that's a clear tell though, when the corner of the champion comes running in and flings them on the shoulders because they're nervous, going, "Come on, let's act like we've won it, try and put a bit of show on," and they'll be nervous in that corner now with Vargas thinking, "I ain't sure if we got this one,"
That is. To be fair, I mean, we build it as a top fight. It really was a top fight. I know that. Aesthetically, you look at them and you see one guy that's 5'11", one guy that's 5'3". They are completely different in the way that they go about fighting, but their styles did actually gel really nicely to make it a captivating watch.
I'm going to throw one out there. Would it be fair to say that Nick Ball's the home fighter here?
What, because he's a Frank Warren fighter? What are you saying? What are you saying, Spence?
I'm just saying. Home advantage is always... key...
Home advantage in Saudi Arabia. The lads from Topsmith in Liverpool, mate.
What I'm talking about is that Frank Warren is the promoter out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What's the... we got one... Is that 117?
116, 111.
116, 111 in favour of Nick Ball there.
There you go.
From the viewers. So, therefore, they've given... From round 6 onwards, they've given him every single round and 2 10-8s in there as well. Yeah. And they gave him 1 in the first half of the fight. I think we're on that page, aren't we? I don't know whether it was that much of a whitewash in the back end, because Vargas did have success, but the 2 10-8s, I think, have swayed it.
It was just it was close rounds, Adam. Yeah. When the rounds are so close, how do you split them? Well, the man who's dictating the fight, the one who's forcing the fight, and that was Nick Ball.
Yeah, Ball's won this. Ball's got it, mate.
Only because you've got a bet on. That's the reason why you're thinking the way
I'm going 116, 112, 115, 113, around that sort of mark, but I think that the knockdowns were key for him there as well. I think without the knockdowns, it would have been close.
Yeah, of course.
With the knockdowns, I think that was the deciding factor for me anyway. I think that it was a fight of 2 halves, wasn't it? I think that Vargas started very well. Ball stuck with it. He didn't get frustrated, stuck with it, bit down his gum shield and done what he does. He come on in the penultimate rounds and, for me, dominated the second half of the fight.
And if he is to be crowned champion, that'll be, I think, the second in the Queensberry stable. Obviously, Tyson Fury's 1. He goes in there as well, and obviously having another champion from Great Britain is only a good thing if we're trying to make big fights. I'm looking at you. I know that you've been speaking about Super Feather, my friend, but there is that card that is coming up, and they will be talking about who will Nick Ball be fighting. I'm sure there's a lot of fans that want to see him on that Riyadh card where Beterbiev is fighting Bivol, Queensbury versus Matchroom. There's opportunities coming somebody's way somewhere.
Excitement.
I thought that'd put a smile on your face. Look at you.
I'm shadowboxing again.
He's done a couple of rounds. He's done a couple of rounds just watching this fight. Don't worry.
That's it. We're just waiting for the official results of this featherweight contest. Don't forget, still to come, we've got the co-main event where Zhang and Joseph Parker are going to be going at it in that heavyweight contest. Don't know what that necessarily means for the heavyweight division. It is just a fantastic fight that we're all extremely excited about checking out. And then, of course, the main event where we've got Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou going at it. We're just waiting now for Thomas Treiber to read out the official scores, of which he is going through. And we will see one of these men having their hand raised. And once it's done, obviously with no sound at the moment, coming through to us from Saudi Arabia, so we can't give you an exact score, but we will get that to you as and when it comes our way. If you are just joining us, by the way, on talkSPORT, we're across the talkSPORT network, and of course available for us.
It's a draw.
Split draw.
No way.
Split draw has just come through. I've just had the sound come through in my ear for a split second. Wow. I haven't got the scores for you, but I will pass that on for you in a minute.
Wow.
But a split draw has... Oh, that doesn't feel right.
Nah, sorry.
I need to see the exact scores of how they scored it, because obviously, for those that don't know too much about that, they've obviously scored one in favour of Vargas, one in favour of Nick draw, and somebody scored that level in some way, shape or form. To score that level with 2 knockdowns, what would you have to do? You'd have to go 7-5 in favour of Vargas and knock the 2 points off to have it 113 apiece. I'm assuming that's what's happened. I'll get a confirmation of that in a minute.
Quick maths.
Trying, mate. You know, mate, I've been here many times. I've picked the holes in many scorecards in my time.
He's not an ex-boxer, mate.
We've got
Listen, and I know that Vargas won a large percentage of the early stages. You might be able to make an argument for him maybe winning 1 down the back stretch. Are we miles away from 7? Are we miles away from him winning 7 rounds?
I had Vargas winning 5 of the first 6.
5 of the first 6.
Yeah.
So could you give him 1 down the last 6?
Yeah, the last one.
Yeah.
The last round.
Yeah,
I've got it on here. I want you to see it. 7.
Yeah, but 5.
So I'm saying I called it. I'm just saying.
Go 5 of the
You
first
called
6.
7-5 in favour of Vargas.
That's how I've done it.
So you've scored it 113 apiece.
Yeah. But I didn't want to say anything because Spence had 2-1. So I was thinking, don't jinx it. Don't that guy that jinxes it in the background.
He does, mate. He does.
But I've done. I got 7, and I've done the 2 8 rounds.
It was a close fight, but I thought Nick Ball deserved to win it.
Yeah,
there you go.
I think if you're looking at
there
it,
you go.
You can make the argument it was a draw, but if you're watching it, you'd be like, Nick Ball was.
So with that in mind, like I said, a split draw, where somebody's given more rounds then to Vargas. Can you see more than 7 for him?
Yeah, I can, because I can see why the one he won in the 3rd or the 4th that we gave him, that was a 50-50. Depends what you like.
Okay.
Me personally, I prefer someone who's picking their shots over somebody that's just coming forward. So, but again.
You don't know.
You said the opposite, didn't you?
You also don't know how some judges score it. I know a lot of judges don't like to score 10 rounds.
Yes.
But some do.
Yeah.
Some do, and some of them rounds were very split.
Listen.
Like when Ball was forcing the pace, being the aggressor, but then Vargas coming through with the cleaner shots, then it's like, where do you go there?
Some judges wear a blindfold as well, mate. Some of the scoring that you see these
days,
you know what I mean? I'm being serious.
Listen, I
some of the judges you see...
Frank don't look happy, though.
I don't know my style.
I understand that. I think the Ball won the fight.
I thought Ball won the fight,
I think that's the general consensus. Just having a quick look on social media, there's a lot of people, obviously, a little bit confused by the split decision draw. Listen, we'll get more into that, and I'm sure there'll be people reacting on our social media as well and in the comment section of watching this watch-along. But the official... judgment from the featherweight world title fight is that obviously Ray Vargas keeps his title. It will be a split draw officially on the cards. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of call for running it back. So 2 minutes ago when I was touting you for a fight, looks like it's Super Feather now, mate, doesn't it? Looks like
all those push-ups for a reason, big dog.
Listen, stick with us because we've got a co-main event with Zhang and Joseph Parker coming up. We're all excited about the main event as well. That could go either way. It's absolutely crackers. Knockout chaos is what they're promising us, and hopefully that will deliver at some point on talkSPORT this evening. Welcome back to Rumble in Riyadh. The Watchalong on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Catterall, Spencer Oliver, Josh Warrington and Troy Deeney alongside me. We've just witnessed the split draw in the world title fight, WBC Featherweight world title fight between Nick Bull and Ray Vargas. Ray Vargas keeps his title. I can give you a little bit more information now on this because I've just done a little bit digging. The official scorecards were 114, 112, 116, 110 in favour of Bull and 113, 113. See, I told you I had quick maths with the working out before, which works out 8-4 to Vargas, 8-4 to Bull, 7-5 to Vargas, but the 2 knockdowns then bring it back down to a draw. So 2 of the judges scored more rounds in favour of Ray Vargas, with Nick Bull being 8-4 on one of the judges' scorecard. Just had a quick look on social media. Everybody seems to be outraged. Yeah. There's a lot of people out there absolutely perplexed as to how Nick Bull is not a world champion, with him winning a large percentage of the back end of that fight and scoring 2 knockdowns.
Firstly, I would take that back about the home advantage and Nick Bull being the home fighter. I think I was totally well out with that one, weren't I? I forgot the other kid was Mexican, it was WBC title. But anyway, that's another fact. Look, Nick Bull done enough to win that fight. For me, I think that, it may have been... Look, what did we call it? We said 115, 113, didn't we? You could have gone 114, 113 if you're, if you're going that tight. But I don't think that it was a draw. I think that Nick Bull deserved to win the fight. I think he's very, very unfortunate there. I'd love to see the rematch, if I'm honest. I think that the public perception sort of says it all, really, doesn't it? Yeah.
We'll move on because we've got the co-main event coming up very, very shortly. Looking forward to that, where Zhang and Josie Parker are going to go at it in the heavyweight division. Then we've obviously got the main event. And in that main event, we've spoken a lot about AJ and celebrated how AJ has developed, especially over the last year. We've been making arguments as to whether he is the premier heavyweight of this era. That conversation is going to ride on because I'm going to throw that into the mix as the fight progresses a little bit later on. But let's talk a little bit about the man that he faces this evening, Spence. Francis Ngannou. I can talk extensively about his MMA career. I've been ultimately impressed in meeting this fellow on several occasions. He's a very impressive human being. But in a boxing ring, he's had one scrap.
And he was decent, really decent.
But he lost it.
Did he?
That's the debate.
Did he?
That's the debate.
Not in my book.
Spencer's going for it today.
Nah, man. In my book, he didn't lose that fight.
Spence woke up this morning and chose violence.
Let's be honest here. No, he didn't lose that fight. Francis Ngannou, for me, won that fight. I mean, look, that was a close fight. I think I had Ngannou. I can't remember if I had him 1 up or 2 up, but he won the fight.
I had it 5 apiece and he won it on the knockdown. That's how I had it. And I think even speaking to a few other people, they had it a little bit wider in Francis's favour. What impressed you? Because everybody building into that fight said, he's got a puncher's chance. If he lands, he's going to knock the dude out, right? But you've got to be able to land that power.
Let's forget the Tyson Fury performance and how good or how bad he was, right? So let's focus on Francis Ngannou and what he done, what he brought to the table. What impressed me was, one, the way he commanded the ring straight away. He held his ground. He was physically strong, soaked up a shot really well. Fury was trying to feint, trying to set the traps. But then he started switching. He started outthinking Tyson Fury in there, switching from the southpaw, taking the shots well, holding his shape, delivering the shots well, setting traps himself. He drew him into throwing that left hook. I think overall it was just a very impressive performance from Ngannou. Ngannou was holding his feet and letting Fury come to him, making Fury come to him. That's where Fury was making the fundamental mistakes. Fury was the one that was reaching with his shots, overreaching and getting caught on the counter. I think he expected Ngannou to rush at him. And Ngannou didn't do that. He held his ground and said, "No, come on, mate, you come to me." Ngannou boxed like the experienced boxer in there that night. And, you can only applaud him for that. I think that, look, as a human being, the life that he's had, the journey he's been on, has, moulded him into that person. Yeah. He's fearless and he shows that in the ring. He don't care. Actually, the build-up to it, the build-up to the Fury fight, the build-up to this one, you look at him, the geezer's loving it. He's loving life, isn't he? He's just he's there and he's like, listen, if you've been on the journey that I've been on, where I've come from, that journey to get to where I've got to, what happened in between there, getting in the ring with Anthony Joshua, and what? Yeah. That's basically where he's at with it,
Plus, there's a couple of extra notes on that paycheck this time around, isn't there? When he
I don't think that's his motivation.
No, I don't.
To be totally honest with you,
I totally agree.
When you look at where he's come from, the whole backstory, we can talk that to death. But I thought, for me, having 12-round stamina was a big thing. He didn't look like he was gassed, he was blowing. Yep. Obviously, MMA, as you know, is really it's longer, but in a shorter format, and 3 5-minute rounds and all of that. And
you can actually take a little bit of a rest with wrestling, various bits like that. There's no rest in boxing.
Absolutely not. No fear. And I think the question I kind of wanted to put to you guys, as the professionals is he more polished now? Having a bit more time to work on it?
Do you know what it is? Josh, you'll probably agree with me with this one. What Francis Ngannou didn't have the key of, everyone was talking about Tyson Fury not having that luxury of knowing how good Ngannou was and what he was up against. Now Anthony Joshua's got that. You go, well, that don't matter. That you know what he is because he is what he is. Francis Ngannou had never stepped into a boxing ring, so he didn't know about that discipline. He didn't know about doing 10 rounds, how he was going to control the stamina and everything else. He's got that advantage now. So he now knows he chose 10 rounds instead of 12 again in this fight. He goes, because I know now... he said, look, when he boxed Fury, he had Fury over, he's going... I've got to hold myself back a little bit here because I've got another 7 rounds. Now he knows he's got that in the tank. That psychologically changes his mindset. So now he goes, I'm going to go for it this time with Joshua because I know that, actually, I can do it. I've got the stamina. I've got the distance. So, actually, it makes him more dangerous going into this one than Joshua knowing exactly what he gets. I don't know what you think.
And Spence, he hasn't just put any old heavyweight over. He's put Tyson Fury.
The Premier.
The man, the numero uno. Yeah, and not only that, someone who's so elusive, who can move and is defensively sound. Yeah, he's been put down in the past as Fury. But of recent form, he's been fantastic. He's been fantastic. And this unknown entity shouldn't have been able to do that. But the patience and the timing that Ngannou's shown.
The belief in his chin to throw when he's throwing as well is a big thing.
Took his time, waited, bang, bring a shot. And it kind of got Fury guessing.
Yeah.
Actually, do I go forward? Is he going to throw? He's playing a bit of a mind game of his own then. He's not sure whether he should go, but that's what Ngannou wants.
Do you know what? With you all being so impressed with what he did in the first contest, tonight if he wins, right, how big of a shock is it?
See, it wouldn't be a massive shock for me. Because I've seen the guy.
Really?
I've seen the way he performs. Yeah. Look, obviously, with the momentum that Anthony Joshua's got, the experience that he's got in the boxing ring and whatnot, of course we all think that he's a strong favourite to win this fight. But from what I saw in the performance with Tyson Fury this is heavyweight boxing. Yeah. At some point, AJ will have to engage. And Francis Ngannou has the power and the ability to be able to land a shot. Well, what happens when that happens? You know, AJ won't be able to control that. Like, what I'm saying is, if they're heavyweights, small gloves, if the shot lands, what I'm saying is, Ngannou's got the ability to do it, is probably what I'm saying. AJ, for me, starts the favourite. Of course he does, but it's not a massive shock now because we know what Ngannou is. It was a massive shock if Ngannou beat Fury.
It's the puncher's chance, isn't it?
It's the
obviously, in our weights, that don't really sit as well.
No.
Don't really sit as well.
It's Mayweather versus McGregor, yeah. That was never... he toyed with him. Never going to do that.
It doesn't come into the equation, the puncher's chance, but when you've got big guys and...
Is it bigger than when Ruiz beat AJ?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Definitely.
I think as well...
Because of the different discipline thing, one fight, lost that fight, that's why it is. It's just
we were able to give Josh some leeway, change of opponent, late notice, out in America for the first time. There's all these excuses. There is no excuses in this situation. So if Francis does go on and beat him, then it's one of them when we're like, wow, what's going on there? We're going to give Francis all the credit, but we're definitely, from a media point of view, going to come down on Josh harder than
He'll get hammered.
Anyone's ever been.
I don't think the general...
Absolutely.
Lots of pressure.
I don't think the general consensus will be like that, to be honest with you. I don't... And
if he lost?
Yeah. I think
Listen, it's a hard... mate, it's a tough world out there. People will be horrible.
I'll tell you what I'd like to...
People will say, right, oh, well, look at EJ. He lost twice to Usyk. He's lost to Ruiz. His head's gone recently. Yeah, he's had them couple of wins, but who are them opponents, really?
Yeah, there's been the other person.
Obviously, Ngannou's put Fury on his backside. He's such a strong puncher, so I think the conditions will be on AJ's done.
Do you know what? I'd like to flip this one. I'd be interested to see your views on this as well, Ads, right? So... if AJ goes out there and he does a number on Ngannou, does he get the respect from the public?
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure that he actually does, because I think then people go, well, he's a geezer that's had one fight and lost it. So, because the public are like that. Like AJ, they always come down hard on him, I believe. I think, so he's in a lose-lose situation here, because I think if he blows Ngannou away to go, what was expected?
Yeah.
The geezer's from a different discipline. They forget about that.
That's then down to people that know what they're watching on programmes like this and on talkSPORT and various other platforms to say, listen, man, that was serious. That's a proper performance. That's what you do. That's how a professional takes care of that situation. So fair play to him, and now onwards we go to whatever he goes on to. The thing that amazes me about Francis Ngannou, and I don't know if you know this, he only put a pair of gloves on, MMA, at 26 years of age. It's mental what that guy's done in an 8-year period to go right to the top of the tree in UFC, losing title shots along the way, looking terrible in them, developing. What I will say about tonight is that Anthony Joshua's facing a better version of Francis Ngannou than Tyson Fury did. Yes. Definitely about that. Yes, the surprise factor has gone and AJ will be absolutely dialed in and prepared, and I've loved everything about him this week, but you're getting a better version of Ngannou tonight. Yeah. There's no doubt about it in my mind. And that's why we're going to be captivated when this all kicks off at around about 11:20.
And just on that though, Adam, you know when we talk about no fear? This guy's used to going in with the potential of being choked out, knocked out, could break your own leg. All of these,
Kicks,
you see all these
elbows.
Yeah, you see all these weird things that happen in the UFC. Yeah. Now all he's got to worry about is this coming forward. And now while that is a freight train of a man that's coming towards him, that's all right, because I've only got to look at this. Do you know what I mean?
That's all right.
Yeah, isn't it? It's like, that's all right, though, isn't it? Because if it's John Jones or someone, they're trying to take him down, break his arm, do all of these different things. But now he's like, right, just got to worry about the hands coming. So I think he's actually mentally in a much better place. Like, bit relaxed. This is all right.
I think he actually touched on that through the week as well, talking about, only having to worry about the hands coming at him. And he said, listen, it's not a problem. I don't mind that. I'm walking forward. I'm not, like you say, I ain't got to worry about getting my leg snapped or getting choked out. So, yeah, of course, he's going in there.
And in the fight with Fury. Fury hit him with some serious shots. Fury hit him with some serious shots.
He's got a good chin.
Gloves are heavier as well.
Nobody's knocked him out in MMA.
There you go.
In smaller gloves.
MMA, smaller gloves.
He's a tough man. He'd take them and walk forward. And that's the thing. If AJ sits in there thinks, right, I'm going to let a few go, maybe he lets one too many go, that's when that counter comes back.
The only thing I worry about, sorry, Adam, the only thing I worry about is he too focused on Fury? Because all the press conference has been him getting a bit fed up with Fury. You've heard that Fury stuck it on his toes last night, apparently, and it's, there's all these different things.
He come back well there with Fury. Did you
see
that?
Focus is there.
But the focus is there. Like the focus
should be here.
It's not on AJ, and he's more worried about does he get another fight with Fury. That's how I see it from the outside.
Big shout.
So we'll see how we start.
We're going to find out in about 11:20, boys. I can't wait for it. We're going to keep you up to date with everything that's going on in Saudi Arabia as Zhang and Parker are going to be in that co-main event. Looking forward to that. Ollie Klink's having a whale of a time. Ollie, how's the Redwood pub looking, mate?
Mate, the Redwood is absolutely bouncing now. So many people in through the doors. The pints are flowing really nicely, as you will well know, of course. And I've got some fight fans with me right now as well. Let's bring in Obi and Lamron. Obi, great to be with you tonight, mate. If you just stand over here for us, mate. Perfect. Right, who do you want to win the fight between AJ and Ngannou?
I'm going for AJ.
Why are you going for AJ tonight, then?
I think he's better technically, better experience, and I think he'll win by rounds.
Lamron, what are you saying tonight, mate? What do you reckon? AJ or Ngannou?
I'm hoping for AJ. I like Ngannou, but I think AJ's got to complete his story. Would love to see AJ Fury as well, so I think
that's the one.
All these lead to that fight as well, so AJ for me.
What's your fight prediction then, lads? How's this one going to go? AJ knockout?
I don't think he'll be able to knock out. I think AJ will win by rounds.
Oh, really? And what about you, Lamron? How do you see it going?
Ngannou looks like a rock, so to get him out of there, it's going to be tough. So I think AJ will win on points, but we'll see. Could be a knockout.
Yeah. Points one, yeah. I mean, Ngannou's got a tough chin, though, hasn't he, right? Is that going to be tough for AJ tonight?
I think, yeah, but I think AJ will I think he'll hold him off, go for the points victory.
And just finally, lads, last fight we saw announced was Jake Paul against Mike Tyson. Firstly, what are you making of that as a fight, and who do you think's going to win?
Personally, I don't really want to see it. I don't think that should be made. Obviously, Iron Mike's a legend, but he's nearly 60. Should he be fighting someone in their prime, late 20s? Not really. Obviously, it's all about the money. So, for me, I think sometimes it goes a bit too far. So,
yeah. When I first heard of that, I thought, again, a bit of a mismatch. Jake Paul was in his late 20s, so physically he's in the prime. Mike Tyson, is he almost 50 now? 60?
57.
57. So skill-wise, he's obviously got it, but engine-wise, it's a bit of a risky one. So yeah, I don't know how I see this one. I would say if we're looking at early rounds, Mike Tyson, but if he goes to distance, Jake Paul.
He's 57, but he'll come storming out the blocks, won't he? Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. As you can tell here, so many fight fans looking forward to this one, guys. When are you arriving at the pub? Come on, get down here.
Stop winding us up, Ollie. No need, mate. No need. A little bit of breaking news there, a little bit of a shock. I don't think anybody's ever witnessed two people that have obviously had a beer speaking sense in a boozer. Tremendous from those two gentlemen. Don't ever invite them back, Ollie, because they'll be taking my job, mate. Super stuff from the guys that you were speaking to. Will be dipping in to the Redwood as well a little later on in the programme. Parker and Zhang are near enough ready. They're going to be making the walk very, very soon. We're going to give you the little watch-along on that. Make sure you stick with us on talkSPORT. And if you want to tune in, we are live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel for Rumble in Riyadh. Now then, all night we've been building up to Anthony Joshua's heavyweight bout with Francis Ngannou. Time now to get the latest odds with William Hill.
The Zone on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Joining us now to bring us right up to date is William Hill's Lee Phelps. Lee, what have you got for us, mate?
Yeah, we're looking forward to the first of these two fights, which is just around the corner. Zhang versus Joseph Parker. What a fight. Zhang's 1-2, and I can see why. You know, he's a deserved favourite, but then you look at what Joseph Parker did in that fight against Wilder. 7-4 the price he is. It's 14-1 the draw. You can get Zhang to win in rounds 4-6. 13-2 was 11-2. For me, I think Parker, if he boxes the same way he did against Wilder and avoids the trouble, I know that's easier said than done. Look what Zhang did to Joyce twice. Then I think he can take this long. If he takes it long, I think we know that Zhang's stamina is questionable. So I think for me, I think if and it's a big if, Parker can get through to the latter round, I think Parker can win this on points. It's 3-1 for Joseph Parker to win on points. If you think Zhang wins by stoppage, it's even money. But fascinating fight, that one.
No, absolutely, mate. What have you got in the main event for me, man? Come on, the boys here. We've been debating it all night. Give it to me.
Yeah, no, I've been watching. Just so excited about this. And the interesting thing about this one is this is our biggest fight revenue terms since Jake Paul, Tommy Fury. Wow. And that was a huge fight. Now, Ngannou is a really bad result for William Hill. You know, some of the rounds, it's eye-watering what William Hill stands to pay out if Ngannou wins in the latter rounds and wins full stop. He's 11-5 to win the fight, which seems crazy. 11-5 to beat Anthony Joshua. He's 4-11. The money just keeps coming in for Ngannou. I mean, boxing punters do love an outsider, and some of the round-by-round betting, it's top price guarantee on round betting at William Hill. There's some big prices out there. There's an epic odds. It's a maximum bet of a tenner, which is either fighters to be knocked down in rounds 1-4 at even money. Obviously, we know they can both do serious damage. The interesting thing for me here, fascinated to know what you think, and it's going to sound like I stole the words of those two fantastic pundits in the pub. I think it could go the long way as well. I think it could go to points. Joshua's been clipped before. He doesn't want any of that Ngannou power hitting him on the chin. I think Joshua outboxes him, or tries at least. And Joshua was 5-1 to win on points a couple of weeks ago. It was trimmed into 100-30 last week. And Joshua by decision now is 11-4. I still think it's decent value. You know, we're talking about a 10-round fight here. If it goes that distance, you'd have to favour Joshua over Ngannou. I don't think he stops Ngannou because the guy looks like he's made of granite. So for me, I'm going to go with Anthony Joshua on points. But with two fighters like this, I could be made to look a right mug once again if they connect early on. But fascinating to know what you guys think as well.
I love that, Lee. We're tipping. No knockouts, no chaos on knockout chaos. Love it, my man. That's what. Listen, I think a lot of people are in the exact same boat. And 11-5 for Francis Ngannou, who's never won a professional boxing match against Olympic gold medalist and two-time unified champion, is absolutely madness in it. That's how much money's come in. Listen, Lee, thank you so much. That was a look ahead to the latest odds with William Hill. Terms and conditions do apply. You've got to be over 18. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18+, BeGambleAware.org.
Now then, the most popular member of the team has been out and about on the street. Spencer took to the streets of London to find out what the public think and who they think is going to have their hand raised when AJ and Ngannou finally meet in around about 45 minutes' time. Here's what the people of London had to say.
Hi guys, I'm Spencer Oliver, and as you can see, I'm here at London Bridge, and it's Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou fight week. Guess what? I'm out on the streets, and I want to get your predictions. Let's go and take a look. What's your name?
Garrison.
What's your name?
My name is Justin.
Mate, how are you doing?
Good.
What's your name?
Kendrick.
Garrison. Where are you from, Garrison?
I'm from Dallas, Texas. I'm from Germany. New Jersey.
New Jersey?
Wow. Yeah.
I think Ngannou might knock him out.
Once Ngannou gets a bit tired, maybe after the 5th or 6th round.
Francis Ngannou. Done Joshua, first round.
Last fight, he was very good, so now this other guy gonna get wrecked. I'm gonna take Ngannou. I'm a big UFC fan.
My heart says Ngannou, just because of the power that he showed, and AJ's chin does look quite questionable.
Hello? Excuse me. Can I just ask you a question? Are you a boxing fan? Do you like boxing?
Sure.
You love boxing?
I love boxing.
Wow, you think he beats Joshua? Does he beat him by knockout or decision?
He's got the big hidden power, so I think he'll take him by knockout, but it'll take a couple rounds.
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what names you just listed because you said it really quickly, and I'm from America, and I can't understand what you're saying.
No, I love that. So I'm going to slow it down.
Okay, thanks.
By knockout, for sure.
Really?
Second round, knockout.
Second round knockout?
Yeah, I'm not trolling.
Are you a boxing fan at all?
Zero.
You must know Anthony Joshua.
I do.
You must know Francis Ngannou.
I do.
And you must know they're fighting on Friday night.
They are.
Yeah.
Anthony Joshua.
Okay, Anthony Joshua.
Versus Francis Ngannou.
Versus Francis Ngannou.
This is great. And then we've got Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk.
If it ever happens.
If it ever happens on May the 18th. Let's say Tyson Fury comes through that one. We get AJ versus Tyson Fury. The fight that all the boxing fans want. Who would you say wins that fight?
AJ.
AJ?
Yeah, I think Fury's overrated by his Wilder wins, who is massively overrated.
Wow, that's a big call. It's an AJ versus Francis Ngannou Friday night. Big fight.
Anthony Joshua's going to knock him out, man.
How?
Body shot, 7th round.
Body shot, 7th round. Wait. Don't run. All right, he's got to go. But AJ, by the body shot, 7th round KO. And we did. What's your name, mate? Yo. Didn't even give us his name. What about your mate on the phone? What does he think?
Babe, do you think?
Oh, it's not your mate, it's your wife. Where are you all from, by the way?
Alabama, Texas,
Tennessee. And guess what? They're all Anthony Joshua fans. Anthony Joshua winning by KO, is that right? Yeah! Come on, Joshua!
Am I going to be on talkSPORT?
Of course you're on talkSPORT, mate. That's what you're on.
Yeah,
nice one.
All right, thanks.
Well, there you go. We're on the Tower of London. So we've been London Bridge, Tower Bridge, and we've got the predictions for AJ versus Francis Ngannou. Most people think that Anthony Joshua is going to win, but there is people out there. There is people out there that think Francis Ngannou is going to win as well.
Mate, you are in your element, aren't you?
Absolutely.
That is a bit of you,
Do you know what? That's just made me feel like I want to jump up out of the studio and start interviewing people again. That was good fun. Really enjoyed that.
Did the general public consensus surprise you in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that we were going to get. I thought it was going to be pro AJ. You would think that, wouldn't you? Being in London. Yeah. No, there was a lot of Francis Ngannou fans out there. I mean, that was a cut down version. You can see the rest, by the way, on the talkSPORT.
You did a longer version of that
channel. Yeah, that
Are you setting up your own channel, mate? Is that what it is? Are you plugging your own work now?
That was a little 3-minute clip, but there's an 11-minute clip out there. So yeah, and you see it. It was like, yeah, it was
Out
good.
and About Oliver, is that what they call it?
Out and about, mate. Yeah, and yeah, I want to do that again. That was good fun.
It was good fun.
Yeah,
good energy. Good to see as well what the general census is on the street for the main event right now. There's a couple of big lads just made their way to the ring in Saudi Arabia. Joseph Parker, Big Bang Zhang, ready to go at it. Boys, what a fight.
Can't wait.
It's a proper fight. This is what, when we were talking earlier on about matchmaking and wanting boxing to develop into a certain way where I know that there's people that are going to refer to an interim title on the line tonight. For me, it's irrelevant. The belt tonight is irrelevant. This is just two lads coming off significant wins, being matched together as it should be, and the fans win tonight. I think this is a fantastic match.
Adam, this is a classic example of, and I'm not sure if you boys will agree with this, a classic example of what Saudi Arabia is doing, what they are bringing to the table. Forget the financial backing they're putting in, the financial investment they're putting in. We've got the undisputed title fight happening on May the 18th, right? So these boys would not be boxing each other. They'd all be waiting around for their opportunity to box the winner of the undisputed, etc. They wouldn't want to risk their high world rankings, etc., because both guys are really well ranked. But what you're getting now is, why that undisputed and those belts are all tied up, you're getting the best boxing the best, you know. And this is a fight that you go, wow, you know, like where would this have landed anywhere else in the world had it not been for Saudi Arabia? Like, and this is testament to what the Saudi Arabians are doing right now, because they are making, you know, Turki Al-Sheikh is putting those fights on where the fights that the fans want to see. Because Joseph Parker versus Zhang, I don't know what you boys think. I think that is a match made in heaven.
I think the fights are happening, Ben, because they're getting paid.
Yeah.
Because they're getting paid.
But that's the point.
Before it was like, actually, do I need to take that fight? Because if I lose that fight, then that bigger fight with the title is going to be a bigger payday. So, you know what? I won't take that risk. Or I'll fight someone else out of the rankings. But because they are getting paid, then they're willing to take the fights.
And we also got that as well, Josh, isn't we? It's like, oh, well, no, I box on Sky and I box on the Zone and I do that. The politics of the sport. And oh, no, I want the 60% split. I want the 40%. What pay-per-view revenue am I getting? Now what the Saudis have done, they're going, get rid of all that. Get rid of that. I tell you what, you're getting X, Y, Z, and you're getting that. Do you like that? Yes, please.
And I'll be honest with you. You know what it's like, Spencer. Us as fighters, we just want to fight. We want to fight. As your career goes on and on and on, and your profile gets bigger and bigger, more people come around you. And obviously, some people want to make a quid off you, but a lot of other people, your managers and stuff, they want the best for you. So you've got a glory of winning titles, just like yourself will be winning trophies and medals and stuff. We want to win belts. We want to make a legacy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they want to look after you and say, right, you want to get paid, but because the fighters getting paid. Yeah, we're getting them fights. Let's make it happen. The fighters will really say, I don't want to fight him because, you know, he might beat me. No, they want to. They make sure they get.
I think from a fan's point of view, I think the majority of fans would absolutely conclude that the problem over the years has been broadcasters, promoters, differences, and all those types of things. Because you're a star asset for a promoter, you're a star asset for a television channel. They don't want to see you in a fight that might not necessarily go your way. They want to shoehorn you down here, and then they want to, obviously, at the end, cash that out. From your point of view, you want to fight all the time. You want to be regular, and you want to be having legacy-defining moments, big moments. But obviously, with that, you obviously need the financial recompense to come along with it. I think it's been a good thing so far, and obviously there's hopefully lots to come with the undisputed fight in the heavyweight division, the undisputed fight in the light heavyweight division that's supposed to be rumoured with Viterbiev and Bivol, and hopefully the winner of tonight taking on the undisputed championship winner as well. Hopefully that materialises as well a little bit later on down the line. I think it's been a really good thing because from a fan point of view, you kind of needed that shake-up. Stuff like the UFC, stuff like MMA has kind of taken fan attention because there isn't that politics. And I know that it's a one singer, one song shop, but that politics doesn't exist for the fans, so it's an easy watch. And I think boxing, it's beautiful. There's some fantastic athletes, some fantastic fighters that need that showcase, but they need to be out there more and more often in front of fans. And I think this could be the catalyst to enable that to become the premier sport once again. Premier fight sport, should I say.
I think on that, though, as well, and with the UFC and now with these fights, doesn't matter if you lose. Everyone was protecting
That's
the O.
a key thing as well.
Everyone was protecting the O, and that was the big thing, wasn't it? Obviously, Mayweather made a big thing of it. He was making all the money. Now everyone kind of was like, oh, I don't want to lose, I don't want to lose. And now it's like, if you lose, but you put on a good performance...
Well, you're in against the top-class opponent, aren't you? It's like you look at this fight and you go, well, the loser, how does the loser come back? Of course he comes back, because this is a high-level boxing. Do you know what I mean? That's an easy cup to come back from.
With that, fans have to change their attitude towards that, because how much abuse the fighters get when a fighter loses. I always knew he weren't that good.
I think Derek changed that, though. Derek Chisora changed that.
Maybe.
He's
you're
now
right.
become... You still want to watch Derek, because you know he's going to go out and have
He's going to give you an entertaining night.
So I think fans are starting to come away from that. It's the ones who look like... Again, I've not been in the ring, but look like they're trying to survive, look like they've got the pay there. As long as I don't get knocked out, I'm happy days. I don't know what you...
No, I feel that the more it happens, the more that fighters take the risk and they give a good account of themselves, then people will start coming away from, you know, slagging them because they've taken an L and saying they're finished. You know what, fantastic fighter, will become again. And I think the more the fighters that take the risk and the more these big fights happen, then I do think it will fizzle out. But obviously, Saudis are making these fights happen, and this is what we've needed.
But listen, better attitudes towards loss from fans is definitely a key thing. For example, and not to get off tonight because tonight's important, tomorrow we've got UFC 299 and there's lads in title fights there that have lost 10 fights. Some of my favourite lads. Because, like you've just said, they bring it every single time. I know that when I see that name on the bill, I'm watching that, because that guy's a lunatic.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be absolute guaranteed entertainment. Fans need to be a bit more appeasing. It's sport at the end of the day. And when you're fighting best against the best, you're not going to win them all, are you? You know what I mean?
Of course you're not. And I think that, you know, I agree with the boys to some extent that I do think that the fans will go easier on fighters, because I think we are now going to get these fights. It's not about the titles that are on the line and whatever. And it's not about protecting that O. And it's not about what broadcast you go on and whatever. It's like, it's now all about getting the opportunity. If you get that opportunity to box out in Saudi Arabia, you know you're getting well paid. Listen, this is a sport where people get injured. People even die in the ring. You know, it is a blood sport. That's the bottom line of it. And all they're trying to do is fight to give their families a better life. So that should be respected and should be well paid for. And they're getting the money out there now. So fair play to them. But what we are also going to get are more 50-50 fights, and fights that, you know, like this. What we're getting right now, this is a classic example of what is happening and a changing of the times for our sport.
I'll tell you what, go on.
Oh, sorry, the only thing I was going to add to it, the one thing I think boxing needs to do, which the UFC and a lot of others has to get the younger crowd now, is to make a game. We haven't had a boxing, computer game for a long time. And secondly, we need to see some...
We're talking video games now,
Video games, but I just think for people like myself, 35, got to watch it on ITV, got to watch it, got to watch it of our generation, we got to watch it on TV. Now it's a lot of, you have to pay for it, it's a bit later on in the evenings. I think you need a computer game to get the younger kids involved. And I think secondly, more documentaries.
It's easily done, mate. All you've got to do is tweet Turkey House Shake, give him your idea, and it will be done.
Spence, His Excellence, he said he got into boxing because he played boxing, played a computer game.
Can you
That's
see
what he said.
I saw what he did then.
You can see what he wants to fight out there, can't you? Because he's the only one that's got His Excellency.
He wants that money.
So, that's what it is.
I like
Spot the active fighter amongst us.
You've got Eddie Hearn out there, Rick Warren out there, going, oh, His Excellency is great. And you've got us in here going, yeah, Turkey House Shake. Yeah, brilliant. I like that. I like what you've done there.
Yeah, and then a bit like some more like Netflix style, behind the scenes stuff that we'd all buy into. You see it with golf, you see it with everything now. And that, I think that's all that boxing's missing, really. We're getting the fights now.
Take away the titles. People just want to see the best fight, the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
And everyone's a boxing fan. Everyone, as barbaric and, especially in this day and age, as barbaric as boxing is, when you get two high-profile people wanting to fight, everyone tunes in.
When you look back in history at the great fights, when you go like, you know what I mean, when like Muhammad Ali boxed Joe Frazier, or when you look back at Marvin Hagler versus Sugar Ray Leonard, or any of those guys, you look at that and you go, you don't really remember what titles are on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? The titles, they're meaningless.
Yeah.
It's about the fights, it's about the legacies, the eras. That's what it's about, and I think that's what we're going to start getting.
Straight rights versus straight lefts in this fight, isn't it?
It absolutely
between Joseph
is.
Parker and Zhang Zhang. They're into the second round, and these boys are just throwing big rights, big lefts. Southpaw against orthodox. It's a fascinating.
Speaking about like losses there as fighters, we trained for weeks and weeks and weeks for one night for 36 minutes.
Yeah.
And anything could happen in that fight week. In the last 48, 24 hours, you could have a few bad nights sleep. Obviously, we're human beings. You could have
bad weight cut, all sorts of
problems with the family, personal problems. Of course, anything could happen, and you get judged on that one night. Everything could have been perfect up until that one night. So don't write that fighter off just because they've taken an L.
Yeah, absolutely.
They can come again.
Stick with us on talkSPORT. We're going to keep you across everything that's going on in Saudi Arabia. This co-main event seems to be heating up nicely between Zhang Zhang and Joseph Parker. We're watching along, and we'll keep you across that. If you want to watch us watch along, sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? But you can do it on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Little bit of
Straight
action.
down the middle,
It
mate.
only takes one shot. Can he land it? That is the question that is fascinating all of us ahead of the main event. What happens if he does? On paper, this should be straightforward. The Olympic gold medalist and two-time unified heavyweight champion should beat the fella that has lost his only professional boxing match. However, fights aren't fought on paper. Bring on the chaos. There's a lot of chaos going on in the studio right now. It's a huge night for two men. You are listening to a Fight Night special. It's Rumble in Riyadh, the Watchalong on talkSPORT.
Making his entrance to the ring, please welcome AJ Anthony Joshua!
This fight is my everything, my soul, my spirit, my mind, my body.
If I lose it, you're going to have a really bad time, my friend.
AJ's taken his fight, and I think it's all jeopardy for him. In some ways, it's a no-win situation.
Losing against Ngannou, it would be a big step back, the end of his career, really.
This is AJ's hardest fight of all his fights.
Match up with Ngannou! Goes the ring! Fury's down! Fury is down!
I heard that he doesn't have a chin. I hope I had an opportunity to test that out.
I just want to conquer it and make everyone know that I'm the one who puts boxing on the map.
Oh, that was a big shot, that.
You are listening to talkSPORT, Rumble in Riyadh. Watch along of Joshua versus Ngannou. I'm Adam Cattrall. Pleasure to be with you. Spencer Oliver, as always, alongside me. Josh Warrington in the studio, as is Troy Deeney. None of them are paying any attention to me right now. Why? Because the co-main event has just kicked right off. You wanted knockout chaos? Well, you're getting a bit of chaos because Joseph Parker has hit the seat of his pants already, Spence, with a massive left hand from Zhang.
I'll tell you what, and he was in trouble as well. It took him a lot of recovery there. Zhang was just stalking forward, looking for those shots. But the shot that done it, that left hand straight down through the middle. Troy, I think you called it, didn't you? You said he's got damage to his nose as well. And Zhang started this fourth round. And I've got to say, Parker still don't look right. Zhang looking for this knockout now. He's loading up with a shot, stalking forward. And bad times here for Joseph Parker.
He can't miss that left hand, can he? It's going straight every single time. Very similar to what he was doing with Joe Joyce.
He's always on the end. He's getting Parker right on the end of the punch, where the maximum output power is, right on the end of it. And I would expect Parker to be moving a little bit more, Adam, to be honest with you.
Drag him into the second half of the fight, you would have thought, wouldn't you?
Boys, that's what we talked about there with Parker. You know, like that knockout against, that win against Deontay Wilder, the way that he put it on Wilder has given him that added confidence. And that's what we said before this fight. Do not take that into this fight, like sitting in the pocket too long, getting too greedy. And that's what he done there at the beginning of this fight. And I think he's paid the price for it.
Listen.
See what he's done there, he's jumped forward, had a combination, moved off. That's what I feel he should be doing more of.
Yeah.
But whilst he's sat there and Zhang's approaching, pushing him into the corner, Zhang can just unload that left hand off.
This is what we want, though, innit? This is what we were talking about pre-fight. Good matchups, because we know that Zhang is going to struggle at the back end of this fight. Look at him. He's at his very heaviest. He's fighting a 6-round fight right now. And he has to get...
like me, isn't he?
He has to get...
Whoa.
He has to get Joseph Parker out of there.
Parker's just landed a good hook there, by the way.
Parker's a tough lad. If he can weather this storm and stay in this and drag this into the second half of the fight, very similar to what we saw with Nick Ball and Ray Vargas, we've got a fight on our hands here. This is great matchmaking.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if he's just slowing the pace off a little bit here as well, you know. Like, he may be feeling the pace a little bit here, Zhang, because you just see him take a big gulp of air there and Parker whacking the shots down the body as well. You're right in what you say there. You might get this right, Ads. It might be one of those fights.
I'm not as thick as I look. Watch him get knocked out with 2 minutes. Listen, you've been catching up, actually, with Zhang's team, haven't you?
I have, actually,
Sean George is his trainer.
So
you've got some intel?
He was impressed by, I think it was comments that we made. He sent me a couple of clips. Who wobbled who there?
Right on Parker.
Jones caught him around the right.
Yeah, Sean George said that their camp's been absolutely brilliant. So I spoke to him. He looked at a couple of bits that we'd done on talkSPORT in the build-up to this. I think the show that we'd done...
He listens to the show?
Yeah, absolutely. He sent me the clips of it. And,
Team Zhang.
Something that I'd done with Simon Jordan as well. And he said 100% right, spot on there, because I think we picked Zhang to win and said that we just feel that Zhang's, size, his power... And the fact that Parker may get drawn in might be the deciding factor.
Wait.
So he just said, look, the training's gone as good as it's ever gone. He's in great form, and you're going to see something new from Zhang.
Joseph Parker just getting a little warning for a low blow there.
Yep.
It's two in a couple of minutes, wasn't it?
He seems to be
letting that right hand go.
Touching Zhang upstairs and then coming downstairs with the right hand to.
He's struggling with the size of Zhang at the moment. Zhang's just holding, like, he's dominating the ring, isn't he? Like, he's pushing forward, he's using his brute strength, but he's got speed with that strength as well. And like I said before the fight, he's got that boxing IQ. I think that Parker's surprised by that. You know, it's not just the strength that he's dealing with, speed of hand as well. We're just looking at the slow-mos back there. That left hand through the middle is absolutely brutal, you know, landing flush in the face there of Parker. And Parker can't continue taking those sort of shots.
And you know what it's like, Spence, when someone else is dictating the distance, dictating the time, and Zhang just being there, just even when he's
making him work when he don't even want to work. It saps the life out of you, you know. So, like, Zhang is the one that is controlling the fight at the moment because he is holding the space of the ring. Yep. He's holding the ground, but he's controlling that space in the ring, and that makes it very, very difficult for the smaller guy in Joseph Parker. You know, Parker, I think that the game plan, the tactics from Parker was all about movement, using the perimeter of the ring, moving around and trying to draw, you know, Zhang into those later rounds and tire him out. But at the moment, Zhang is controlling the pace, and that's the difference in this fight.
I felt Parker against Wilder, he approached with some very good angles.
Yeah.
It wasn't just going straight forwards. It was coming in, then he was stepping across, coming down his left-hand side, coming over his right-hand side. But here, he just seems to be stood.
Yeah.
And that's just perfect for the left hand of Zhang.
Listen, remember the Ergovic fight, boys? Because he dominated. I know that we all say that he won it, right? But he won the first half of the fight and maybe one or two in the second half of the fight. It was Ergovic down the back end of the fight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see if Joseph Parker can drag him over that line of six.
I'm going to give you another one as well with Joseph Parker, what's just come into my head, the Dillian White fight. You remember the Dillian White fight? He was down heavily in that fight. Dillian, who we know, like, with that left hook, he'll put a horse to sleep with that left hook. It's, like, powerful, man. He nailed Parker. Parker went down, I thought, that is it, fight over. Parker got up. I think he went over again. Then he got floored again in the 12th round, and he stayed in there. His will to win, the grit, determination. Yeah. He's a tough boy. And he had Dillian White going at the end of the 12th round as well. So he won't lose heart in this right now. He'll be quite happy that where he's at right now.
He's got Andy Lee in his corner, right? Yeah. There's no way that they're going anywhere. They're going to stay in this for as long as they possibly can and hope that Zhang slows down.
Just a question for, like, the fans, obviously similar to myself. Don't know if you guys have been. Have you ever been down that early in a fight and it's through your game plan? What happened to the game plan then?
It takes a couple of rounds to pull yourself back together.
Do you chase the 10-8? Do you go, right, I need to win the next two, or do you just, how do you work it out?
Lose the game plan, break the game plan, and that's when it comes undone.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, in boxing, and I think you'll agree with me with this, Josh, in boxing, once something happens, boom, you get hit, you go down, you get up, that's gone, history, gone, put it to bed. Because if you don't put it to bed and you start chasing something, all of a sudden you change your game plan. Okay. So now do you know what I'm saying? That's when you're chasing a fight or chasing your game plan, or your game plan's gone out the window, then all of a sudden you make fundamental mistakes. And boxing at this sort of level, one mistake is like checkmate, boom, you're out.
And I also think it's however you go down. However you go down and what it's going to do to the opponent. Okay. So, because they can come away from their game plan. Okay. Or if they hurt you, they put you down and think, right, Lara.
Yeah.
When I lost to Lara, it put me down heavy in the fourth, tried to get me out. In the fifth, I won the fifth.
Yeah.
And I would have concussed.
But
I didn't really have much game plan. I just marching forward, but I just won it by staying tight and clean boxing.
Yeah.
So just... it can change.
It's hard to do that, though, isn't it? It's hard to do in the moment. Like, fans are going wild to eradicate it and then just get back on your game.
Sometimes the ego kicks in, and when the ego
of course it does.
When you roll the dice, anything happens in boxing, man. You roll the dice, you go, right, I'm going to take him or he's going to take me. That's basically where it's at.
Yeah. It's like getting nutmeg, Troy. You know what I mean? You're not having it, are you?
Yeah, it happens a lot. But you just get the forearm out, and Now, but I think, like, for me personally, it's really interesting to understand because obviously we're watching it as a fan, and you think, oh, you get put down, right? Do you chase that now? And like, you've got a lot of rounds to go, but
Josh is right.
Ego is like, bang, let's go and have it.
Yeah. I think there's all kinds of little aspects to take in. For instance. I hit Kiko Martinez in when I won the world title for the second time, but I also know he'd done some damage to my jaw.
Yeah.
And I rocked him back, and in my thinking, my body's pumping adrenaline here, my jaw's throbbing, and I put Kiko on the ropes, and I can see Michael Alexander in my peripheral vision getting closer and closer, and I'm thinking I'm not going to stop throwing punches.
Until he
if I stop, then he might get a breather, survive, and then come do some more damage to my jaw. So I thought I was just going to keep on throwing. Eventually, Michael stepped in he probably a couple more punches to going down.
Okay.
He stepped in and, like, obviously, then I realised that he had broken my jaw. And, you know, we're able to
how long did it take for that pain to kick in?
Well,
about 3 minutes.
No, you know you feel it, but I'm saying the adrenaline, all of that.
Well, in that scenario, in that round, it was a weird one because it hit me with a shot and I had my hand high, but the shot had come round and hit me there on the jaw. Now, I clinched him to break his momentum because I think he landed that shot and the crowd, a few people ringside went, ooh. So I grabbed him straight away just to stop his momentum. And as I grabbed hold of him, my face started to tingle. And Michael Alexander went, break. Lads pushed us back. And as he pushed us back, I just got an adrenaline rush. My body knew that something was wrong. And I could be flooded instantly with adrenaline. And then he goes to throw a jab, I come over the top right hand, stumbling back, because I've got the adrenaline pump. I've just jumped on him. And then after I'm celebrating, jumping about all over. And
that
it's
adrenaline
like
is such a powerful thing.
It's a massive
such a powerful.
Alive,
like, do you imagine, boys, right, sitting here now? So if you know, like when you see those horrendous cuts in there, and you look at them. I've had one of those cuts, and you go, when you get them cuts, and you're looking, you're going, how are they still fighting here? Could you imagine your eye opening up like that now? The pain that you'd be going through. When you're in a boxing ring and that cut happens, you get hit with a right hand, and you think it feels like a hot knife being put on your eye or something, and then all of a sudden you feel dripping. You don't feel pain, you just feel dripping. You think, is that sweat? That's why you see boxers going like that and looking, because they think it's sweat. Because all it is like someone puts a hot knife on your eye and you think, wow, that feels warm. Like, no pain. The next morning, Troy, let me tell you, mate, it's horrendous. It's horrendous, mate. So it's like the power of adrenaline, man. Yeah, crazy. And then when you get in the dressing room, let me just finish this off. When you get in the dressing room, because of the adrenaline pump, you're not allowed to have the cortisone in the eye or whatever, the numbing thing, so they have to stitch you up in the dressing room without that. Raw, man. So, and do you know the thing? Do you know the thing that makes you feel sick, right? Is when you feel it going in, so you feel the pop, and then they pull it, and you feel it pulling, and you're going, how many more, Doc? He's going, only another 3 or 4. You go, another 3 or 4.
And you know what? That adrenaline pump, it can carry over nice if you've won.
Yeah.
But if you're on the other side, it hurts. That adrenaline doesn't help whatsoever.
We're keeping you across Zhilei Zhang and Joe Parker, who are currently going at it in the co-main event in Saudi Arabia. We'll get a little bit of an intake from the boys on that in a minute. But first of all, going back to the Redwood, because Ollie Clink's having a whale of a time. Let's see if he's got more people to speak to that have got interesting points to make on the main event tonight. Ollie, how you doing, mate?
Honestly, lads, in this pub right now, you can hardly move. Forget the chaos in Riyadh. It's chaos in the Redwood at the moment, and everyone is lapping up this fight between Zhang and Parker. When Zhang knocked down Parker, there were gasps everywhere, but then Parker came back with a few big shots as well. There seems to be a lot of support for him tonight as well. Yeah, honestly, people are loving this. But obviously, we're all waiting for the main event as well. The pub told us earlier that every single table had been booked out for the boxing tonight. There's loads of punters that have come in through the door as well. We're really, really looking forward to it. The atmosphere is building so nicely as well. And of course, as you know, Catman, those pints. Delicious.
Yes, very, very nice, Ollie. Listen, do me a favour. Ryan stood behind you. I know Ryan, right? He was throwing some shapes there. Just put him on camera for a second. Tell him to just stand in front. Put his pint down. Stand in front. If he's going to throw them shapes, come here, son.
Right, let's put...
If you're throwing shapes like that, let's have a little bit of a demo in front of Josh Warrington. Let's see what the crack is there. Come on.
Right, take us through. What's going to happen tonight? Who do you want to win in the AJ fight?
So I want Ngannou to win. It will go down a historic moment in sports history. But AJ is just going to box his head off, mate. He's going to box his head off.
How do you actually see the fight going, mate?
Get him to show you how he's going to do it.
He won't get stopped.
Get him to show you how he's going to do it. Shadow box it.
AJ, just jab his head off for the whole fight. Might work.
What I want you to show you right now, shadow box. Shadow box. This is a request from Catman himself, so you can't turn it down. I want you to shadow box how Ngannou's going to win this fight.
Right, so how Ngannou's going to win it? Oh, for Ngannou, it's just pure windmill, mate. It's just got to go like that. AJ, one clip chin, good night. That's it.
And what about AJ, if it's AJ's fight?
Adam, stop this, mate. I'm not doing it. Oh, come on, Ryan. We were expecting a lot better than that. A lot better than that. Tell you what, give him a few more pints. Come back to me.
Mate.
If we do more than a windmill, let me tell you that.
Listen, he has definitely had more than 5, right? Stop him if you're going to put him back on the telly later on. Top man, Ollie, thank you very much, mate. It's all going off in the Redwood there. We'll be dipping back in for a little bit of fan reaction. We're through 6 rounds. We're into the 7th of Zhang and Joseph Parker. It seems like the tide has turned a little bit. Zhang looks like he's blowing a touch. Parker looks like he's got a little bit of momentum, but Parker has been on the deck with a 10-8 there.
Zhang just had a nice little spell there, though. I think that he felt that maybe sliding away from him a little bit, and he just turned up the heat a little bit there. Boxing out that southpaw stance, landed a good right uppercut come hook as well. But yeah, Parker's clawed his way back into this one. After that knockdown, Zhang never really capitalised on it, but he has just now just a big right jab, left cross through the middle of his game. So good spell this from Zhang. Close fight, mate. Close fight.
Mate, this is super entertaining, isn't it? Super entertaining. Because Zhang started really well. He looked like he was bags of confidence. I mean, after the knockdown, he even gives us a little bit of a wiggle, didn't he? He gives us a little bit of a dance and what have you. He looked like he was well on his way to securing a little bit of a knockout victory. Yeah, but I don't think that's intentional. But Joseph Parker, like I said, he's a tough old boy. He's been there and got the T-shirt. He's definitely better than when he was the champion, when I think he became champion at 23, 24 years of age, didn't he? He's now 30-odd.
When Parker's letting the shots go, though, it looks like he's really sitting on them and hitting them with a bit of veracity. He's like really, biting on the gum shield and putting some real power into him. Look there, he's really snapping him in.
Isn't he?
But Zhang has gone from teeing him with that little right jab and then coming through with a big left, and he just seems to be throwing a big wild left uppercut now. See, he tried to go for it there. I think he would have more success when he was coming down the pipe with that straight left.
From a Parker point of view, if the conditioning's right here, he could just up this, just put a little bit of fire underneath his bum and see what the crack is here with Zhang. Because we've got data that after 6 and 7, even though Zhang's just landed a cracking right hand there, we've got data after 6 and 7 that he does slow down, he does tire. So if you turn the heat up on him, it could get really interesting. This.
How could the guy not tire, man? Like the size of him. What did he weigh in here? He was 20 stone 4 pounds, I believe he weighed in, something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Something around that.
It was over 20 stone. Yeah.
Over 20 stone, anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, he's bound to slow down. I think that's what we're starting to see here. If Parker can do what we've seen him do in the past and just hang in there, it's going to be interesting. He might just nick this, but he's got to stay away from that left hand. Like Zhang's throwing that left hand through the middle. Impressive shot, and he's dangerous with that right hook over the top as well.
Yeah.
And Lee's a very experienced guy as well. They've done their own work. They'll know all that. They've looked at the data, and they'll been working right. When he gets a second half of fight and gets towards them last stages, put the foot on the gas and start to get into him.
We've got a little bit of a camera in our studio at the moment inside Francis Ngannou's dressing room. He's obviously stripped up, ready to rock and roll in the main event. Do you know when the cameras come into your dressing room like this? Because you've been here many, many times, and you're obviously doing the old shadow and all that type of stuff. And you must have a sense, especially with your fan base, that they're going to stick that on the big screen. And then, can you hear the noise from your dressing room of the reaction? And do you know that it's you? Obviously, warming up, they've obviously reacted to something. It's got to be me, so I'll put a little bit of something extra on it.
Yes, sometimes. But at the same time...
Oh, good shot.
At the same time, in these days...
Sorry, mate.
It's all right, keep going, mate. That's what we're here for.
the championship fighters normally have a monitor to see what's going on outside.
So you can see.
So, like, for instance, I don't give nothing away here. When the cameras came in, my dad just gave a nod to my pad man.
Yeah.
And the pad man gave a nod back to my dad.
Give us a rat.
Just change over. Just do something different. Just go southpaw. Just throw uppercuts instead of doing anything else. No game plan.
One-handed. Just one-handed Superman punches. Show them a little bit of that good stuff.
But I normally give a little bit of dancing to the camera and all. Just do something daft. Pull a daft face. I mean, I don't look like I've always got a daft face, but yeah.
Right up as well.
Listen, it's a fantastic...
He looks the more dangerous of the two, though, doesn't he, Zhang? When he lands, when he
looks like he's hurting more.
He looks like he's hurting more. Yeah, look, the way this fight's going to go, I think if Parker gets through this and wins this fight, I think he wins on points the way that it's going right now. Zhang's still looking for that knockout, man. Stalking forward, slams the right hook again there, just looking for that left hand through the middle. That's the key shot for Zhang right now. That left hand, drilling that shot through the middle. That was the shot that had Parker down. Was it?
Oh,
has he gone again?
Gone down?
Yeah, down again. He's in trouble.
Click with the right hand just above his ear, it looked like, didn't it?
Yeah.
Celebrated as well, Zhang, though.
Yeah.
Joseph Parker down for a second time.
I'll tell you what, he's in trouble in Parker as well. The legs don't look great here.
There's sometimes the worst ones, the scramble of the brain, not the clean ones. The ones that just go
swipe,
the clippers.
go over.
Oh, he's got clipped again there, Joseph Parker.
Yeah, he's gone a little bit, hasn't he? It's a long minute. I think as well.
Yeah, it's a long minute.
Joe's been just headhunting the whole way.
This is where Joe, he needs to put his ego to the side here and don't stand there and try and throw it and trade with him because you're rolling the dice there. He's just setting himself up for a big shot.
After he got put down, he did start going to the body for a little bit, but that seemed to have gone away. And also the moving, after he's landing the shots, he's just stood in front of him. I would like to see Parker just move off, take a little angle, take a little side step over.
Zhang looks like he's just wearing all of these shots. Like, he's catching him nice on the chin, don't get me wrong, but he's just a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, and just being like we was on about earlier, me and Spen was on about, just having that presence there in front of him.
Yeah.
He's making him work. He can't. There's no way that Joseph can just switch off there because he's just there in front. So he's got to be wary, and that chips away
shot
the,
there though from Parker.
the mental focus.
Yeah.
He's not going anywhere though, is he?
He ain't.
He's a
He's
big
just a lump.
boy.
He's gassing though. I tell you, the gasket's gone a little bit.
Absolutely. Fascinating. Joseph Parker down. I think that was the 9th round, was it? Joseph Parker.
Yeah, that was it the end of the 8th there?
For the second time in the fight, he's hit the canvas there. With 2 knockdowns.
Interesting as well, Zhang was standing before. He wasn't sitting on the stool.
In the corner.
And I'll tell you something else as well. I'll tell you something else I picked up on there. Right, at the end of that round, you see Zhang try and go for a dance. He's jumped up on his toes for a dance. You know when they do that?
Moves have gone.
Do you know when they do that? That's like going, I'm absolutely knackered, mate. So it's like the kidology thing. When you go, when you're really tired, so you go, why would you, if you're really tired, bounce up and down on your toes and do that? Or it's like when someone gets whacked, and someone gets hit, and you see when you've hit the guy and you see his eyeballs and they separate from one side to the other, and then they come back to the middle, and he does this. He smiles and nods at you. Right? You go, you're hurt. Do you know what I mean?
You can't keep me, mate. I saw your eyes go for a walk.
Absolutely.
You're listening to talkSPORT. We are live on our boxing YouTube channel for our watch-along. Obviously, looking forward to Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou coming up in a very short while. Right now in the co-main event, we've got Zhang versus Parker. And it's an incredibly interesting contest where Joseph Parker's been on the deck twice, but he's absolutely still well in this fight. Whilst this is going on, I'm going to infuriate you, right? Because I want to talk about what we heard yesterday. The helicopter coming on in to announce a fight. I say a fight, I don't even know if it is a proper fight because I think it's just masterful marketeering. I want to get your thoughts on Jake Paul, the kid off the Disney Channel, taking on the former undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, now 57 years of age. By that time this comes around, he'll be 58 years of age.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I think it's a very sad day, if I'm honest, and it'll be a very sad sight. I mean, Mike Tyson was like the guy that we all grew up wanting to, watching.
He's
getting
the
up
one
and listening to on your radio and do you know what I mean? He was like a phenomenon, weren't he? He was the baddest man on the planet. I mean, the day that he got knocked out, Buster Douglas, 1990 out in Tokyo, was the biggest shock ever. It was a huge, huge shock, do you know what I mean? Now you go, Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, really? And do you know what really scares me about it? We know the life that Mike Tyson lives. Yeah. He owns all the cannabis plants and he smokes like Cheech and Chong. He's smoking all the time. He's always stoned and you just look at him and you've seen the bad health that he's been in. Recently you've seen him on crutches, etc. And you go, the kid from the Disney Channel is going to knock out Mike Tyson, and I just can't get my head around that because I just think that's a sad day for the sport. We're talking about we're talking about Anthony Joshua and will he lose his legacy if he loses to Francis Ngannou? You go, what damage would that do to Mike Tyson? Do you know what I mean? I think losing to Pete McNeely was bad enough, but a lot of people have just forgot about that. I'm sorry that I actually brought that back up. I apologise for that. Even the day when Danny Williams beat Mike Tyson, you go, what a sad day this was. And you go, we fast forward, 20-odd years, and he's getting back in the ring again with Jake Paul. I think he's really sad. I think it'll be a sad spectacle because he probably gets knocked out.
But is it...
Well, you think Mike gets knocked out? Tyson?
Yeah, well, have you seen the state of the guy, the condition
he's in a bad shape.
I know we see those 3-second clips on the pads, and he looks phenomenal. right? But he's probably sitting in the corner for 5 minutes after that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what I'm saying is he's 57 years of age. He's, you know,
What I'll say is this. What I'll say is
his
this.
health's not great.
Yeah.
Come on,
Spence,
man.
listen, if there's a States Athletic Commission that sanctions that as a proper fight, licenses that as a proper fight, think about it. A 58-year-old fella, we've seen in a wheelchair, seen on a Zimmer frame, seen struggling to walk, against a 27-year-old lad who's got zero experience at the top level of any boxing. That's criminal.
Yeah,
People should go to jail for that. You can't sanction that as a licensed
but it'll
fight.
probably be put on as an exhibition, won't it?
Right, so it's put on as an exhibition. So therefore, if these two guys come out and say, right, we're going to do an exhibition, a little bit of a roll around, proceeds are going to charity, it does change, for me, the perspective of it.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you've got two massive profiles there
But it's
that could do a lot of good.
Yeah, you got the fun factor then. Like, if it's an exhibition, it's a totally different thing. We're talking about if it's commissioned and it's licensed as a professional boxing contest, then it's going to be a sad spectacle because Jake Paul's going to go for it. Mike Tyson's, Mike Tyson. Yeah, Mike Tyson could win it, actually, in the first 20 seconds. But once that 20 seconds is over, we've got to look at where he's going to be at.
What does this say about Jake Paul, right? Because this is a kid that obviously came into this world leveraging his audience and using boxing to make a lot of cash. He's fought basketballers, crossover sports stars, crossover stars. He dipped his toe in, didn't he? Had a little bit of a go with Tommy Fury and came up short. But the message after that, even though he had that thing with Nate Diaz, who was an MMA star, he said, right, I'm going to take boxing seriously now. And then he goes right back to the start, takes on some novice boxers that nobody's ever heard of, and you think to yourself, do you know something? All right, you're going to be a novice boxer. OK, pal, and we're going to build this up and we're going to take on lads that have been in boxing for a bit. They might not have winning records, but we're going to go down this path. Cool. And now all of a sudden he's doing this.
Yeah.
It just, for me, at the weekend, he fought on that card that fell off with Amanda Serrano because she had the chemical thing with her eyes and what have you. Nobody talked about him last week when he was boxing. Nobody's talked about him in the aftermath since, have they? So now all of a sudden he's gone, whoa, there's no numbers here.
That ship sailed, isn't it? That's why. It's like, him fighting the ex-MMA
Yeah, but what about the
and
message of being a proper boxer?
Yeah, exactly.
Were you being truthful? Were you being real? Obviously not, because now we're talking about calling out a 57, 58-year-old fella.
You're talking about someone that can control the narrative. He's got such a big audience, young audience, that don't know boxing inside out. Yeah. He can control the narrative. So, I want to do boxing properly, so I want to fight Mike Tyson. Every person in the street knows who Mike Tyson is.
Yeah.
To the younger audience who's unaware and uneducated, he's fighting a legend. So he is taking it seriously. I totally take your point. The weekend, no one really spoke about it. It wasn't anywhere. And then he's come back with this blockbuster now. And for me personally, I would hate to see that.
Mate, this is what bullies do. This is what bullies do. This is 27-year-old lad in your athletic prime supposed to be.
Yeah, but
and you're picking on a 57-year-old fella. Yeah, all right, it's the undisputed heavyweight champion, formally. But he's 57 years of age. He's 30 years older than you. Why are you calling him out?
Troy's right, though, because all the kids that follow him, if you look at the demographic of the age group that follow him, will probably go for between 14 and 17-year-olds. All those kids know Mike Tyson. A lot of those kids probably wear Mike Tyson T-shirts. What I'm saying is because he's a legend, he's an icon.
Yeah.
He's like Muhammad Ali. All the kids know Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was boxing in the 70s.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, that's the thing. So that all the kids are going, wow, Mike Tyson, we're boxing Mike Tyson. Wow, but they see Mike Tyson as this monster still. Yeah. They don't look at the story and the journey that the guy's been on, and the life outside of the ring.
And I think as well, when you're talking about the earlier fights, when he was losing to like Daddy Williams, we knew that the motivation was money, solely money as why he was doing that. Now you look at it going, well why are you're still very successful. Yeah. You've still got a huge podcast that's doing numbers. You've got the cannabis, all of this. Like, where's the motivation?
Mate, it has to be an exhibition. It has to be charity. It has to be something like that. This can't be a licensed fight. There's no way that...
It's when the governing bodies as well get involved as well, because that makes it a little bit more real. When they start making belts and things like that for it, that's what makes it a little bit more real.
I would say, I'll go put my neck on that. I think it gets sanctioned. Because...
You think so?
That.
Yeah. Well, look at what happened. If you remember... When was it when Evander Holyfield fought against Vitor Belfort, MMA star?
Yeah.
That
was sad.
He was 58 years of age, right? And that shifted states, if you remember, because that was originally California. Right. And California went, jog on, absolutely no chance. We're going to put him through a proper rigorous test. He's 58. If you remember, Evander actually didn't get a license in New York when he was actually still fighting properly because of health issues. So they went, no, we're going to put you through a big test. It's not happening on this day. They cleared off to Florida, and Florida just went, Crack on, mate.
Do you not think that the landscape...
And that was sad, though, wasn't it? Well, how sad was that, man? Like, you see,
do you not think the landscape has changed, though? So many of these type fights, the reason we're here talking now is a crossover fight.
Yeah.
There's so many YouTubers, there's misfits, there's all these things now where it's easier for a commission to go...
I've got a question for you.
Part of the time.
I've got a question for you. Would you fight a YouTuber?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah. But I'm nobody.
But he's not 58 years old.
I'm not Mike Tyson.
No, but I'm just asking that question. You're a former, professional footballer. Played at the highest level.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
My motivation is completely different, by the way. I would do it because my kids think these guys are superheroes. So I'm fuming.
I suppose.
It's a completely different
You want to put some manners on someone.
Why are you answering that? What I'm saying is that it is a changing in the times. What I'm saying is there is an appetite for it. Like, we live in a world of entertainment.
Yeah, well, he's talking about it.
Have a scrap with KSI or something like that.
Yeah, about getting involved. There's an appetite.
And that's what I'm saying. I think it's easier for a commission now to turn around and go,
of course.
Yeah, no problem.
And it's the pound notes what they're bringing. Like Florida Commission there, because they were sanctioning big fights. All of a sudden they get to sanction a humongous fight. They get a little slice of that. They get a little slice of. But for my annoyances, I've always said with the YouTubers, crossovers, fair play, do what you need to do what you do, because it's good. Like I say, it's going to bring a younger audience now.
I'm training
the polls,
mate.
The polls.
Oh, I tell you what, I'd be like Josh by the end of this.
they appeal to so many kids, and if it gets the rise on, and some of the shows have done. Some of the shows have done. Like Billy Joe Saunders has boxed on the card.
Yeah.
They might have tuned in a little bit early and thought, you know what, I actually like this guy.
Do you know what?
And all of a sudden you've got a new fan of boxing. But when you start messing like one with legends, two with like when they were governing bodies start making belts for them. I know fighters who give their life and soul and don't win a central area or a southern area, and all of a sudden you're getting praise off the WBC or don't mess with it.
The only thing that I would say to that is I was speaking to some kids earlier, about 17, 18-year-olds. They said the first time they'd heard of Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia was on the KSI card.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's
that was a card run by Eddie Hearn, if you all remember. That was a crossover. That was a crossover moment, wasn't it?
First one, wasn't it? Yeah.
So what I'm saying is the crossover on with the YouTubes and everything else, whether you love it or whether you hate it, it's growing the sport. It is getting more rivals on the sport, even at this sort of level. When you're talking about a Parker versus Zhang, you'll have kids from that world watching this fight because they've seen KSI fight and whatever. And thought, I quite like this boxing. And they've crossed over. You will get that. You will get a trickle effect going over into boxing.
And I think just to go to your point, you can't have all this money. I don't know you're in it, so I apologise, but can't get the money and the big fights without having these guys in as well. It's part and parcel of it. They bring new eyes. Broadcasters now are going, oh, I want this, I want that. Yeah. We're getting the bigger fights, and I'm with you. I'm a purist. I think for every crossover fight, we need 10 proper fights. But I just think the landscape, we don't want to be those old guys looking back going, oh, in my day it was like, this is the new world, unfortunately.
I'm with Adam. Like, if it's an exhibition, then it's for charity, then do it. But the way it's going to get sold, and we know how it's going to be big theatre. And then the younger generation are going to say, what, Mike Tyson wasn't that much of a legend, was he? He wasn't that much of a destroyer. Baddest man on the planet. He got schooled by one at Paul's. That's what's going to happen for the next generation going forward. And it's going to, in a little way, I mean, he might not be bothered, but for them die-hard Tyson fans, it's going to feel like it's going to tarnish his legacy.
Absolutely, totally. It's going to sort of tear up the history books a little bit.
It is.
And it is sad. That's what I find sad about it, because I just think to myself, on paper, you look at it and you go, even if Tyson was 57, he should school this kid. Like, you know what I mean? It should be done. But you go, you know the life that Tyson's had, and you go, God forbid that he beats Tyson. Could you imagine the racket that would come out of his mouth that he's beat this living legend in Mike Tyson, and it would just ruin his legacy?
If it's the other way, what if Mike hurts him?
Yeah.
There's a long way between now. It's July 20th or something like that, isn't it? It's a long way. Mike gets himself in Nick and goes, you know what? I'm going to run through this guy the first 2 rounds.
He had that exhibition with Roy Jones a few years back. And
he looked in good nick.
We're talking 2 legends there that knew the score.
But my point is, if he hurts him, everyone's going to turn around and go, well, Mike's the bad guy now because you hurt this kid off the Disney Channel.
And now
boxing's awful. So
that's right.
Really have to be careful. Really have to be
Blurring
careful.
the lines is very, very dangerous. People need to know exactly what they're watching. Absolutely. This is the elite stuff.
Yeah.
This is the Mickey Mouse.
Yeah,
this is not the real stuff over here. This is not boxing. A lot of this when we talk about misfit shows and various things like that, they're not sanctioned by British Boxing Board of Control. They bring in different sanctioning bodies in order to get things over the line. I just want to quickly delve away from where we're at right now.
That's interesting.
Where are we at there? That camera's...
We're on round, final round.
No, it's 104, 106.
104, 106 going into the 12th round.
Two
but that's
rounds behind on the Parkers, on the public view. But I think this fight is all to be won here in this final round.
So we're into the last round of Zhang versus Parker.
Nothing in it.
The viewers that are watching along the feed that we're watching have currently scored it 2 rounds up to Joseph Parker, yeah?
Yep.
But Joseph Parker's been on his backside
twice.
on 2 separate occasions in 2 different rounds.
I think a few of them might have missed that.
Maybe.
As in, might not know how to score the old 10-8 rounds or whatever. You know what I mean?
Obviously, we've been knee-deep in conversation, so it's quite difficult to give an incredibly accurate round-by-round take of this. But it feels like Zhang was early, very similar to what we saw with Ray Vargas and Nick Bull. Zhang was the early guy, and Joseph Parker has come in. But Joseph Parker, like I said, has been sank down on 2 occasions.
It's been the same fight the whole way through, because while we've been talking about it, we've probably got the best view, haven't we? We can still see that. It's been Joseph Parker doing what he's doing now, throwing shots, looking the better one, but every time Zhang hits him, he looks like he's in trouble.
Yeah, he rattles him.
Yeah, so for me personally, Zhang's winning this fight currently. He's put him down twice. That left hand is causing trouble. And Joe, to be fair to him, his game, as you said, but Zhang's taking some big, deep breaths, but he's going to have to throw a lot more punches in this last 110 to get over the line, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that what Parker's just been he's just sort of plateaued at that same sort of pace, and you go, where's that injection of pace? Like, put your shots together now. Like, in his mind, his clock, you know, you've been there so many times, Josh, with his experience, he will now know that he's in that last minute of that last round. You go, right, roll the dice, man, roll the dice, because this is razor thin here, and he go, don't put the single shots together. This is where he needs to throw 3s and 4s, because the big guy's tired, man. The big guy's blown the gasket, but he's hanging in there because Joe's not putting it on him.
On these close rounds as well, when they're just nip and tuck, the difference being is them combination punches. When he's throwing about 20, 30 seconds here of punches, and Zhang hasn't really come back with anything.
No, Zhang's blown the gasket, mate. He's done, right? He's not got a lot left. And Parker now is, like, shape-making. He's moving all the moves, doing all this. You go, let your hands go, because this is close.
10 seconds remaining of the final round between Joseph Parker and Zhili Zhang, if you're listening on talkSPORT. And if you are tuned into us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, you can get stuck into our watch-along. Obviously, we've got the main event coming up very, very shortly as Anthony Joshua takes on Francis Ngannou. This fight has just finished. Neither man looks like they're in incredibly celebratory fashion. Obviously, they both all know that this is an incredibly close fight, but what we can tell you that on 2 separate occasions throughout the course of the fight, Joseph Parker did touch down, so he took a count. 2 10-8 rounds, you would think, in the favour of Zhili Zhang. It's going to be interesting to see if Parker... Well, he's celebrating now. He's managed to jump up on the neutral corner. Yeah, get yourself up there, mate. Go and make it look like you've won this fight. For him to have won this fight, having 2 10-8s, he's going to have taken 8 of those rounds. Did he do that?
Well,
because if he's taking
116, 113, that's the viewers' verdict. So
they say no, they've given him 10 rounds.
Yeah,
that didn't happen, man.
Everything apart from the 2 knockdowns.
Well, if you actually look, early doors, they've not split it. They've given 10 10s. There's a 10-10 there in the 7th. Come on, man. Make a decision. Make a decision. What's that? 3 rounds where you can't be bothered getting off the fence? Nah, man. So if you give those 3 rounds in favour of Zhili Zhang, they've scored that then 7-5. If you give all the 10-10s to Zhili Zhang, which would score this a 113-113.
The big fella's blowing, ain't he?
Are we going to get another draw? Are we going to get 3 draws tonight? What's going on? For those that have just tuned in, Nick Bull, Ray Vargas finished in a split draw. You had one judge giving it massively to Nick Bull, one judge just edging it towards Ray Vargas, one edging it towards Ray Vargas, but Ray Vargas touched down twice in the fight and scored the fight 113-113. This is going to be really interesting to see how this is scored, because it's feeling very similar to what we saw with the featherweights. One guy dominating early, one guy dominating the back end of the fight, and one guy's touched down twice.
I sort of only had one eye on that, but there's no way Zhang only won the 2 rounds that he got.
No, there's no way.
Absolutely no
He
way.
won a
at
large
all.
percentage at the start of the fight.
I felt that.
Yeah,
I felt like
this is
Joe's happy though. When you see him,
yeah,
there,
Joe's
smiling,
very happy.
yeah.
Do you know what though, Troy? Honestly, mate, when a fight goes razor tight, you want to, you're like you're jumping up in the air and you're screaming and shouting because you're trying to. I don't know why you do that, by the way, because you think you're convincing the judges. You go
to change the verdict.
They've handed the scorecards in. And you're like running around the ring. Yeah,
get him on his shoulders.
Yeah,
we're out of the way it was.
And that's what your training does, doesn't it? Yeah. Stop bending over. Stop breathing. Jump up in the air. Put your hands up. Oh my God!
You should do it after every round then. If that's the case, if you're trying to influence the score, do it after every round.
Yeah, no, it's just that mad thing that the boxers do. They get hurt, they smile. You know what I mean? Their eyes open up and they smile. You go, they're telling them you're hurt. When you know the fight's close or you think you may have just lost it, you throw your hands up in the air. That's an instant reaction.
Just waiting as they're deliberating the scorecards. This always makes me laugh as well. Listen, you've put your score in.
Yeah.
Add them
Why
up.
does it take so long?
Get them straight into the mouth of the MC and let's get it read out. We've got another fight to get cracking.
Then you see
People are waiting.
Then you see the scorecards after the scribbles all over them.
Oh, mate, don't start.
What's going on?
I'll save that show for Monday. Here we go. Michael Alexander is bringing both of these combatants into the middle of the ring. We're going to get a little bit of an adjudication now. Zhang and Joseph Parker. It has gone the distance. No knockout in the co-main event. There was knockdowns, no knockouts though. Joseph Parker touching down on 2 separate occasions. What result are we getting here? Is that interim title going to be changing hands? Is Joseph Parker going to get himself a little bit of silverware? It feels very similar to what we saw.
It was a heroic moment, that is for sure.
Oh, wow.
Joseph Parker's got Joseph Parker's got it.
There was a look of disappointment on Zhang's face there, that is for sure. And a look of surprisement, I thought, there on Parker as well, did you?
A little bit.
Be interesting to hear the scores there.
Right, boys. You've got a 115, 111. You've got it's a majority decision. You've got a 115, 111 in favour of Joseph Parker, which means they have scored 9 rounds that in favour of Joseph Parker. 114 is 8 rounds in favour of Joseph Parker because obviously he's got knocked down twice. And then you've got 113, 113. So every single judge scored a majority amount of rounds in favour of Joseph Parker in that fight. He's taking it on a majority decision and he's the new interim WBO champion in the heavyweight division. There you go.
Great news.
Quick maths, as one of my favourite rappers once said. Now then, stick around because we've got a lot still to come. We haven't had that knockout yet. Is it coming in the main event? We hope so. Anthony Joshua, Francis Ngannou coming up next on talkSPORT. Welcome back to the Rumble in Riyadh, the Watchalong here on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Catterall. Pleasure to be with you. In the studio with me, we've got Spencer Oliver, Josh Warrington and Troy Deeney. And one man that's been making us jealous all throughout the course of the evening is Ollie Klink. He is in the Redwood pub. It is just before we get stuck into this main event of Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. I apologise if you are listening or watching along right now. You're going to see a young man enjoying himself profusely with other people enjoying themselves on a Saturday evening. How are you, mate?
Oh, very, very well, mate. And we've had our first big result of the evening as well. This pub was really enjoying that fight, as you can imagine. And I've actually got a fighter himself here as well, Elliot. Elliot, come in, mate. Firstly, what did you make of that fight, Zhang against Parker? Was that a fair result in the end?
You know what? It was more than fair. Zhang tactics were off today. Parker wanted it more. He was busier. Let his hands go more. Zhang was relying on his power too much. His tank went there.
What about AJ Ngannou then, mate? That's the main event. That's coming up next. How are you seeing that fight? Who do you want to win that fight?
You know, I hate him, I love him. AJ's got everyone outside today. Like the pub's booming today. AJ's got to bring it home. You just got to keep it long, break him down, and put pressure on him in the last rounds.
How do you see it going?
Ngannou's awkward. But I feel like AJ's going to keep it long and break him down. Just break him down with a jab.
Break him down, man.
Yeah, AJ for the win, points.
Love it.
And you're a fighter yourself as well, mate. Come on, show us how that fight's going to go on. Do us a bit of shadow boxing for us. Unbelievable. I would not want to be on the end of that punch. Elliot, thank you so much, mate. Great to see you. Lads, we can't wait for the main event here, I'm telling you. Mate, it's going to be massive in this pub. Atmosphere's rocking.
You're encouraging the knockouts in the boozer, mate. You know what I mean? With the double jab and the big right hands. Loving that all. Listen, we'll be back to you throughout the course of the fight, no doubt, and we'll get you a little bit of a wrap-up as well from the Redwood at the end of Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. Now, let's get a little bit of insights from one of the best brains in the whole of fight sports, across boxing, of course, recently, and obviously across the sport of MMA. The one, the only, Mr. Dan Hardy, giving up a bit of time on a Saturday night to come and join us. Are you still in Paris, first and foremost, Mr. Hardy?
I am still in Paris, my friend. I've just finished watching Aris Fighting Championships, and I'm going to head over to the bar across the road to catch the main event in a minute. Listen,
I've got Josh Warrington with me. He's a friend of Louis Lightning. I believe that Louis done the business tonight in the Aris fight over in France.
Go on, Louis.
He looked incredible. Footwork, striking skills on display, great takedown defense, honestly.
There you go.
I'm going to go out on a limb because he's still early on in his career, but I'm going to say he's probably the best bantamweight in Europe right now. He's definitely up there, top 5. Very, very special performance. You'll look forward to watching it.
Listen, look at that. Josh Warrington's absolutely delighted with what you've just said. And with you being the head of talent for the PFL, I've no doubt you're about to put an offer in for him, mate. Great stuff, Dan. That's what we like to see. Bring over the best guys to the PFL. You've got the thumbs up, ready to rock and roll. Listen, mate, give me the tactical breakdown for Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou. How do you see these silhouettes matching up in a couple of minutes?
Okay. I think Ngannou is going to come forward. He's going to push Anthony Joshua back a little bit here because I think his presence alone is quite bullying. And I think that Anthony Joshua's got to give him that respect, especially in those early rounds when he's going to be most powerful. You know, AJ is going to be working that jab. He's going to be trying to keep Ngannou at a distance, but ultimately Ngannou is going to open up and he's going to start throwing some big power. But I think he's going to be a bit tighter with his punches, a bit more technical. And I also think his volume is going to be better than it was in the Fury fight because now he's got that 10 rounds of confidence. I think he's going to feel like he can bully AJ a bit more than he could Fury. I think he might have to weather a bit of an early storm and get his face jabbed a bit, but I ultimately think he's going to land the punches that are going to make the difference, you know? I mean, he's going to be a very, very different boxer to the first time we saw him. He's only had one pro fight. There's going to be big developments in his game, not only technically, but in his confidence as well. And I think he's going to land some big, meaningful punches that may not put AJ on the canvas, but might certainly rattle his confidence and undermine his offense.
Mate, cannot wait for that. Just explain to people listening and watching along with us, Dan, the difference is that Francis will have had to amend from MMA striking, MMA stand-up, and moving into the world of boxing. Is there a difference in range and your aspect of range when you're moving into the world of boxing?
Absolutely, there is. I mean, one thing you've got to be really cautious of is where you are in comparison to the corners in a boxing ring. You don't want to get stuck in 90 degrees and trapped in a corner. In a cage, in an octagon, you've got plenty more space to move, so it's easier to get out of those tight spots. But ultimately, I think it's about Ngannou being confident in his defense, keeping that front foot planted so he's not traveling into the clinch too much and wasting any energy. And then, being cautious about when he's going to let go those big shots, because, of course, AJ wants him to swing and miss and get tired. And I think that's what Fury was banking on as well. Of course, it didn't happen. But then the confidence of Ngannou going into this second fight, that might be a bit of a risk for him because he's going to open himself up more. And this is where AJ's sharp boxing skills can come into play.
How much did Francis impress you when you saw him in the ring against Tyson Fury?
I still don't think I've quite taken it in. I mean, we've discussed it at length, and I felt like he would have a good start to the fight, but the second half, Fury would start to take over. But the fact that Ngannou was able to, maintain his composure and his shape, he was not biting on any feints, and he didn't exhaust himself and waste any additional energy. I think that's going to give him confidence that he can just push a little bit here. And I'll say it again. I don't think that AJ gets up off the canvas in the same way that Fury does, with that same kind of, back to work kind of confidence, right? Like, Fury's a different kind of animal when it comes to adversity. And I feel like AJ, not only is he rebuilding himself back into his career at this point, but he's also going to fall off a very, very big cliff if he loses to a guy that's 0-1 in boxing. Like, his goal is to beat Ngannou more impressively than Fury did. But if he starts to meet some adversity, I feel like his confidence is going to fall apart a little bit.
Do we wake up tomorrow with the realistic possibility of Francis Ngannou's next fight being for the Heavyweight World Championship?
Absolutely we do, yes. Absolutely we do. I'm even going to surprise you, and I know that people are probably going to laugh at this, but I think he can land big enough punches to put AJ on the canvas 2, maybe 3 times, and even win on points. I know that's a crazy thing to say, but when you see the way that Ngannou lands punches, he just rattles people's head. He rattles their bones to their boots. And the confidence of a fighter is everything. And I don't know where AJ's at. And the risk that he's taking fighting Ngannou, like, he must have woke up this morning and realized what he's got in front of him and how far he would fall if he fails. And that could be a very, very heavy weight on your shoulders.
Showtime, my man. Dan, thank you very much. Enjoy Paris and the delights it has to offer. Superstar, as always, one of the best brains in the whole of Fight Sports. Dan Hardy giving his little insight into Anthony Joshua, Francis Ngannou. We're moments away from it. You know we've been waiting for it. Chaos is on the way. The boys are absolutely thirsty for a knockout. Are we going to get it in the main event? You'll find out on talkSPORT shortly. You're listening to talkSPORT, or maybe even watching talkSPORT. This is Rumble in Riyadh, the Watchalong. Francis Ngannou challenging Anthony Joshua. We are moments away from that. I'm Adam Cattrall, pleasure to be with you. Spencer Oliver, Josh Warrington and Troy Deeney in the studio with me. Before we get into this main event and obviously get stuck into the watch-along, just a quick reminder, we are on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. You can check us out there if you wish. And I would advise you to do that right now in this moment because we've got a guest, right? Everybody's going to get stuck into this fella because he's ready to cause a little bit of carnage, is the boy. It is the one and only Mr. Sam Jones. Sam, welcome to the show. How are you, mate?
I don't look as fresh as you boys.
Makeup, mate. Makeup. We've had a good working over throughout the course of the evening. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm looking forward to the main event. I mean, hopefully it starts soon. I was thinking it's a good gap between fights, but yeah, enjoyed the last fight. I thought Zhang didn't do anything for the last for 80% of the fight, so I'm happy Parker won. Thought Nick Ball got stitched up a little bit there. I thought he won the fight pretty clear, but yeah, looking forward to the main event now.
Okay, we've spoken throughout the course of the week, mate. Has your opinion changed? Are the nerves a little bit heightened? What are you thinking?
No. Listen, when you look at Ngannou, you just wouldn't want to get on his wrong side, would you? Because he would just flatten you quickly. But this is Queensberry rules. AJ is a former unified champion. I thought the last fight against Tyson Fury was a freak incident. I thought Tyson Fury had the worst night of his life. I think Ngannou had the best. I'm sticking with my guns. I think AJ is going to comprehensively outbox him, and I think he's gonna get him out of there.
Sam, I'm with you on that as well, mate. I think that AJ's pedigree and where he's been, what he's done, what he's achieved, should see him over the line. But there is that element of danger there with Francis Ngannou. Forget what Tyson Fury was like in the performance and that he put in. He's the WBC champion of the world. What I'm saying is, the WBC champ and the supposed best of our modern era, even on a bad night, should deal with Francis Ngannou. What we saw from Ngannou, actually, that his boxing IQ's good and that he doesn't mind. He holds the centre of the ring, he's fearless, and he can switch hit. And what he lacks in speed, he makes up for in time. And what I'm saying is there is elements of danger there for Joshua. Joshua can't be too greedy going into this one. He's got to be careful. He's got to break him down, keep it long, and not sit there too long when he lets his shots go. Because Ngannou's proved that if he lands the shot, he can be dangerous. So I'm with you, mate. I think that AJ wins the fight, but it worries me, man. Because Ngannou carries that power.
He's a big man. And if he hits you on the chops, you're gonna fall over on the floor. But I keep thinking this is crazy. It is. I keep saying it. It's like the ping pong world champion going to beat Novak Djokovic. It can't happen.
But don't you think though? You look at when Floyd Mayweather boxed McGregor or whatever, and you look at them coming from the same disciplines, and you go, they're the lighter guys, and Mayweather it's all about the technical skill and all that. With the heavyweights, what I'm saying is Joshua is going to get hit, and there's no two ways about it. It's not like heavyweights, you're going to get hit, mate. Joshua will have to engage at one point, and then, so you don't go in the shower and not get wet. What I'm saying is heavyweight boxing, you get hit.
I'm looking at him now, Spence. I'm looking at Ngannou do this ring walk now, and he is just a scary man. I've met him. He's a lovely man, but he's an imposing character. And again, if he hits AJ, I'll be worried for him. But I just think that AJ has to win this fight comprehensively. I'm still saying it. Tyson Fury had the worst. It was literally like Tyson Fury must have gone to the pub, had a couple of pints, smashed a packet of peanuts and got in the ring and then boxed Ngannou. Anthony Joshua, I think, fully focused. Ben Davison has had 10 rounds to dissect. I'm still sticking my guns. As much as my squeaky bum time when you look at Ngannou here, I'm saying I'm sticking on my prediction. I think AJ's going to comprehensively outbox him after he worked a couple of rounds to work him out, and then I think AJ's going to take him out. And I think it's not just going to be a one shot. I think it's going to be Ngannou getting tired and then AJ hitting him continuously with a right hand.
Keep your camera on, Sam. I want to see your face when something crazy happens. All right, mate. Enjoy your evening.
Take care, guys.
Top man. Sam Jones joining us there from home. Sorry, what did you make of him making his ring walk there? Big Francis looks so calm, doesn't he?
Do you know what? It's that nobody's talking about fear. He's just comfortable. He's like these big, fearless. It's like he's built for it though.
Thrives.
Like, do you know what I mean? The fireworks are going off. He's not even remotely flinching. He's like the big dog's here. Do you know what I mean? Shoulders back, and he's walking out. And obviously, we're just watching AJ come out now. He's done this basically since he started, and it's always been big shows.
What have you made of his demeanour this week?
Dialed
I mean,
in.
it feels like, I mean, towards the media last time in December, it felt like I don't want to be talking to you. I just want to get in there and get my job. But this time around, it feels like he's a bit more amenable with it.
Yeah, he is, but I think he's got a chip on his shoulder because he's heard everything after the Usyk 1 and 2. And
that's a good thing, isn't it?
It is.
Point to prove type.
But at the same time, don't mistake his kindness for weakness. He's a nice fella, but there's a reason he does boxing. There's a reason he knocks people out the way he does. So I think what kind of happened in that little moment was a reality check for himself that, yes, on the highs, and me and Josh were talking about this off air, Josh, there's just the highs and there's a way up, but there's also a way down. And in sport, unfortunately, that is like a bit of a roller coaster. It comes and it goes. And he's had a very smooth trajectory going up in terms of kept winning, all the sports, the sponsorship, all of that. Everyone looks at him as the poster boy. And then he had a big drop with Usyk 1 and 2. I think 2 was more damaging with the after talk and the way all that played its way out. And now he's got his confidence back and he's seen that, oh, wait there, you media guys think I'm a soft touch. And I've heard what you've said and I've heard what you're doing. And the first time round, it was just, you're getting one-word answers.
Yeah.
Because I remember what you said and I remember what you said and fair play to him.
Yeah.
Because now, when he's winning, they're all like, I've seen it all, they're all begging it now. Can you get 5 minutes, Josh? And he just gives you what you need. And I think, for me, you know, speaking to the team and seeing him this week, he's dialed in, he's focused, because for as much as everybody else is worried, as we should be, because Francis was seen now as a big boy, Josh knows if he falls short in any way, shape or form, if he scrapes through this, he's getting hammered.
Yeah.
Unless he looks fantastic, and he's still not going to get the credit he deserves, by the way, he's onto nothing. He can't win. So he knows he has to just get the job done, be razor focused, be razor sharp, and pick the brains off him. And if he can knock him out, happy days. But even if he knocks him out, you're not going to get the credit you normally deserve.
Totally agree. Get the job done and then just focus on the winner of Usyk versus Fury.
Yeah, I feel, sorry, before going there, boys, I feel that if he does do a one-sided landslide job, it gets him out there later on, whatever, then I think he's going to become the man again. Because as he was coming through and Tyson had retired, he was the man. And then got beat by Andy Ruiz. Tyson had to come back with the amazing fights with Wilder. Tyson's been the man. Now, because of the last fight, I went with Ngannou. This can cement AJ as being the man again and being the number one of the country.
Before the fight starts, let's get to the Redwood, shall we? And this is going to wind us up even more, right? Because Ollie, he's obviously been there all night enjoying himself. Our makeup lady, Vanessa, has binned us off to go to the boozer to go and watch it with everybody else. Ollie, what's the crack, man?
But Catman, why wouldn't she? I mean, we're having an absolutely delightful time. We've just had the ring walks. The atmosphere is cracking in here. Everyone's had some liquid refreshment, as you might imagine, and listen to that noise behind us as well. We're ready for a big fight. Let's bring in Vanessa. Vanessa, AJ against Ngannou. We're about to kick off. How do you see this one going?
Oh, I can never count Ngannou out. When you know his story, you just can't. I think he's good in the clinch. He's going to do some good body work. I know he might get a nice uppercut in there, and I think if Joshua plays a smart fight, keeps him on his jab, I don't know, we're in for a good one.
Just finally show us, in a shadow box, how this fight's going to be won. Go on. Look at that, left hook, right hook. I wouldn't want to get in a fight with Vanessa. Lads, we can't wait for it. It's all set to go here.
Mate, she's been telling us all night, I'm getting on TV tonight, lads. I'm getting on TV tonight. That's how she did it. She decided to sack us off and get down to the Redwood with you, Ollie. Listen, atmosphere looks great, mate. Enjoy it. We'll check in with you at the end of the fight. As the formal announcements are currently going on inside the ring in Saudi Arabia. Anthony Joshua, Francis Ngannou, both guys look incredibly dialed in, incredibly cool, calm, collected. AJ looks, as he has done all week, as Troy was saying a moment or two ago, he looks like a very comfortable fighter at the moment, especially with the team up that he's got with Ben Davison and Lee Wiley. I'm sure the game plan is down. But, Spence, this is heavyweight boxing. And at the end of the day, those plans can go straight out the window if somebody comes and throws a little bit of power early doors and tests that chin.
Listen, AJ's picked up that experience, you know, through those losses, you know, through the Alexander Usyk losses and through the Andy Ruiz losses. He knows now when to take his chance, you know. He knows when to be sensible. He knows when to roll the dice. Do you know what I mean? He's one of those guys now, and he'll recognise that off the Francis Ngannou fight, he'll see that Francis Ngannou does carry power. He is dangerous. He is fearless. And that makes him like a very dangerous opponent because he will take the fight straight to Joshua. Joshua will be cautious. He'll look to slowly break him down. Throwing the shots through the middle is going to be key for Anthony Joshua in this one. He doesn't want to go wide because we know with Ngannou, he's one of those guys that try and impose his strength early on and try and take Joshua out. But Joshua's too smart for that. He's a happy fighter, and a happy fighter is a very dangerous fighter, and that's what I see with Anthony Joshua right now. The momentum's with him, the confidence is back. Come on, AJ, let's get a big performance inside.
Here we go. Fight's just about to get underway. If you are listening on talkSPORT, you can check us out on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. There you go. First bell is well and truly underway. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel for the watch-along of Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. We're going to be around as well for all the fallout of this. And, of course, throughout the course of the week on talkSPORT, all the reaction on The Breakfast Show Monday morning and with White and Jordan from 10 o'clock. Francis Ngannou in a fantastic sprinkling of pink on the old shorts there. Big fan of that. And Anthony Joshua in his traditional white shorts, white robe as he walks out. Obviously no longer wearing that. And away we go with the fight. Both sizing each other up, having a little bit of a look. Interesting to see how Francis Ngannou approaches the first 2 to 3 rounds of this compared to what he did against Tyson Fury. He had a look against Tyson Fury, didn't he? He let Tyson Fury kind of go first a little bit in order to see what the crack was. But in this one,
he's trying to take centre of the ring right here. That's what it's all about. Who holds the centre of the ring? He knows that's where AJ's comfortable. That's where AJ likes to be. So he's trying to command that spot right now.
Set up orthodox as well, by the way.
They're both showing each other a little bit of respect, but they're also both trying to command that centre of the ring. So interesting one. As we know, guys, both guys carry that one-punch knockout power. So one little fundamental mistake, and it is curtains. Good night.
Ngannou's bringing some speed. He's bringing some speed, and the counter left.
He's looking for it every single time off the jab, and he's looking for that counter left.
He's coming over as a jab, coming over his choppy left hand. It's also coming over as a little tight left hook.
Josh, it's not. Do you know? It's not actually the speed. It's the timing of the guy. The guy's timing is
as he's waiting for AJ to come in.
He's just switched southpaw for the first time. There you go. He's just switched southpaw for the first time in the fight, having given Anthony a little bit of a different look there. But I'm sure that they would have anticipated this because he did this in the Tyson Fury fight. He did shape up in 2 different stances.
And it weren't too long ago he went against...
Oh! AJ's just dropped Francis Ngannou! AJ has just dropped Francis Ngannou, mate! Wow! Anthony Joshua has just dropped Francis Ngannou with a massive straight hand.
Wow.
Straight right hand, right down the middle. The danger shot.
He's in big trouble. AJ is a great finisher.
Just wait.
Francis Ngannou switched to southpaw, and it was in the southpaw stance that he got caught with a straight backhand from AJ, right down the pipe. I've never seen...
Best shot.
I have never seen anybody do that to him in MMA. That was an unbelievable shot from Anthony Joshua.
That's his best shot.
He's got 20 seconds to survive here, because if AJ lands another one of those, this could be curtains.
What a shot.
But he's not getting greedy, though, Spence.
No,
and that's the key thing.
That's the experience, Troy. Yeah. That's the experience that he's learned from those mistakes that he's made against Usyk, against Andy Ruiz.
What a fantastic first round.
Best shot, though. Yeah.
The straight right hand down the pipe. Absolutely
so
beautiful.
much power on the end of it.
Francis Ngannou, well, he set up orthodox and then switched into a southpaw stance. The minute he switched into a southpaw stance, he opens up. Watch when he throws here.
Bang.
Bang. Straight up.
Straight flat end.
But AJ made him throw the jab or defend the jab with his right hand first. He drew that lead first and then he went Fantastic shot from
Interesting to
AJ.
see.
How many times have we seen him put people down with that straight right hand, though?
That's the shot.
Beautiful shot.
Look at that. See, that's the difference with AJ. He throws those shots. He's very... Like, his style is very amateurish, as in he throws shots straight down the middle, and they're very difficult to stop those shots, aren't they? Like, you know, like a lot of pros, they especially the heavyweights as well, they wing the shots in, they swing them over. AJ's got that textbook style, you know?
He seems basic.
Yeah.
But it's the basics.
Basics win, though.
Exactly.
Technically, his feet, his hips, everything's right with that shot. It's a beauty. Into that second round, as you can see, we are little sound effects that are sounding off. If you are tuning into talkSPORT, we are live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. You can watch myself, Adam Catterall, Spencer Oliver, Josh Warrington and Troy Deeney watching along Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou. Francis Ngannou down in the first round. Straight right hand from Anthony Joshua, putting the former UFC champion on his backside.
Spence, you know, whenever I watch Josh, I always look at his legs.
Yeah.
And I think... You can tell what kind of a camp he's at based on his legs.
Yeah.
And he's solid and he's ripped and he's defined. Obviously, for most people, they'll go, that's what it looks like all the time. But when you can see the definition in his legs, you know that he's been doing more boxing than he's been doing more gym.
Absolutely, Troy, because you know what? If you watch him, you watch his reactions. Every time Francis feints or throws a jab, he moves out of range. He takes that step back. He's not holding the ground, so he's boxing really well here. He's been working on explosive movement, you know, and that's where he's going to get the success. So, again, good tactics there. Good game plan from Ben Davison, his trainer. That's been a match made in heaven, by the way. But it's a good start to the round again here from Joshua. Big right hand again there and got...
Look at him, though, now, Francis. Francis is biting on the fence.
Yeah. He's felt the power already. He's
felt the power and he's biting on the fence. And as long as AJ just keeps doing what he's doing, as you pointed out, Troy, his feet look really, really good right now. He's biting on fence. There you go, he goes again. He's biting. He wasn't doing this against Tyson Fury. He wasn't biting on those things. Fantastic start for AJ. We're about 1:30 remaining of the second round. For those that have just tuned in, Ngannou down in the first round. Big straight right hand from Anthony Joshua.
And I feel like he's going to walk onto another one.
He is. You can feel it, can't you?
You can feel it, yeah. Because Josh is letting him come on and
he's just setting the trap,
Ngannou's trying to get that dominance back and trying to, you know what we were talking about earlier, when you've gone down, his game plan's gone out the window a bit here. He's like, wait, I've got to try and get this because it's 10 rounds. I can see him walking onto another one. Maybe not now, maybe like round 4 or something, but Josh has got to keep boxing. There you go. There you go.
There you go.
He ain't getting up.
Anthony Joshua, that was fantastic. Jab to the body, jab to the head, and now he's hitting with a massive right hand.
Fair play to him.
Francis Ngannou.
Fair play.
Up.
Let's go, Josh. Finish it. Finish
40 seconds remaining of the second round.
Finish it.
Wow.
And Anthony Joshua.
Finish him.
There you go! Yes! Anthony Joshua has
Let's go!
Out cold!
Wow.
Oh my God! Cold, Francis Ngannou. Out cold. That is how you deal with a non-boxer. That's what a professional boxer does.
Let's go!
A performance.
Wow.
Just a little bit of calm and collectiveness. I want to see where Francis Ngannou is at right now. He looks like he's still down. Looks like he was incredibly hurt.
That was a bad knockout.
Nobody has ever done that to Francis Ngannou. Sensational from Anthony Joshua. He has knocked Francis Ngannou clean out in 2 rounds. Little bit of calm, little bit of collectiveness before we see, obviously, the situation with Francis Ngannou. But that, gents, was absolutely unbelievable.
You asked me at the beginning of this show who's the best heavyweight around at the moment in this modern era. You know, we're talking about that. I put my neck on the line and said, you know what, with the momentum and with what Anthony Joshua's done in these last couple of fights, especially the one with Otto Wallin, maybe Anthony Joshua with the performance with Fury. After that performance, he's stamped his way at the top of the division here. Let's hope Francis is okay because he is still down. He's
little bit of concern for Francis Ngannou, who is still down. Obviously, the medical staff are just tending to him right now. That was a heavy knockdown.
Blow.
I mean, put him down in the first round with a beautiful right hand. Fair play to Francis. Got himself back up off a right hook in the second, and then literally the very next shot, Josh. What a shot that was.
Do you know how he done it? He set the trap, mate. He looked downstairs and let the right hand go through the middle. You know, that's the experience of a boxer and an MMA fighter. He's not used to that sort of stuff.
Looks like he recovered really well after the
second one.
Yeah, after the first, certainly. Coming in that second round, he was jumping around on his feet and looked like he had the feeling back. But that was just textbook, perfect. From,
that is how you do it, man.
From AJ there. Just changing the angles. Like, Troy would mention his feet, then I started watching his feet, and he never just stood in front of him. Every time he threw a shot, he just stepped over either side and just looking for that opening and that counter and being very, very patient there. And it paid dividends.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought that fight, I thought Joshua would win, but he would win that late. He absolutely decimated
inside six and you laughed.
Mate, that was like, you know when we
decimated.
You know when we were talking
six and you laughed.
Troy,
I thought it'd be between 6 and 10.
Yeah, but
that was unbelievable.
Guys, we were talking about Anthony Joshua here being in a lose-lose situation. We said, because even if he wins convincingly, he's not going to get the respect because people will be going, oh, Ngannou, crossover, 1-0. You go, look at the performance.
Oh.
That right hand was devastating. Flush on the side of the head, and Ngannou was desperately...
That one, it's the next one that does him, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's the knockdown in the second round.
That one, boom, that's really bad.
You know, he was doing that in the warm-up.
Yeah.
Well, that's the first knockdown in that round. It's the finish. The finish is chilling, man.
Because he folds him, doesn't he? His legs go back and everything.
We're just watching the replay for people tuning in on talkSPORT and watching our watch-along on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel.
This is the
Anthony Joshua.
There, flush.
Mate.
That was flush on the chin. Look, he's out before he hit the floor.
What you've not saw from Josh in a long time was that, look, he's not worried about what's coming back.
No, he stepped in, Troy.
But he's not worried about what's coming back. He's going, you're going to feel this. Yeah. Where before, he's got hit. I saw him hit Usyk and he's like, hold on, you're still stood there. Yeah. What's going on? Yeah. Where this one, he's just gone straight through him and he's not worried. Look, that's a...
Oh, that is a devastating shot,
That's one you'll see in the boozer up and down the country, isn't it? No joke. Geezer knows he's done him and it's game, set, match.
That is
truly sensational. Listen, let's get the reaction from the Redwood pub. I've no doubt that there's beer flying all over the gaff. Ollie Klink is in the Redwood right now. Ollie, oh my days. What was the reaction like when you saw that?
Boys, this place really, really enjoyed that. We're a bit stunned here. What a performance, what a statement by Joshua as well. Those knockdowns in the first round as well already got this place pumping. And then that knockout was ridiculous. Let's bring back in Elliot, because you might remember before this fight, he made a bit of a prediction. And Elliot, it came true, didn't it? You called it, mate.
Whether you love him or hate him, AJ brings everyone out. He got the job done, he kept it long. And yeah, Styles make fights. Ben Davison's back with him, he looked smooth. He was relaxing there, the power showed, he let his right hand go. Love him or hate him, he brings everyone out. Yeah.
If you're honest, were you expecting a bit more from Ngannou tonight?
You know what? Styles make fights. AJ just kept it long. Ngannou, I don't know, like... I don't know, he got to stick to MMA, he might have to stick to MMA. Yeah, man, crazy. But hey, AJ's back in form, he's back.
Well, that's the message tonight, right? Stick to MMA for Vargas Ngannou.
Boxing won today. So I'm happy. Yeah, smooth performance.
There we go, Elliot selling it like it is. There we go. Vargas Ngannou stick to MMA. And boxing wins tonight. That's the reaction of this pub, boys. And we're still absolutely stunned in here. I tell you what, now the fight's over, why don't you boys get yourself down?
Every time you sign off, it doesn't make it come any quicker, mate, all right? You enjoy yourself. Just make sure you've lined them up by the time this show finishes, all right, pal? Ollie Klink in the Redwood pub there. And I've no doubt there was just a lot of stunned faces watching that. For those that have just tuned in, Anthony Joshua has knocked out Francis Ngannou in the second round. He put him down in the first, he put him down in the second, and then he sank him. That's what a professional boxer does to a novice.
Absolutely, just ripped him to pieces. Let's be totally honest, he dominated from the opening bell. We went out there, both had a look at each other. Joshua showed his class. He set the trap. Like he said he was going to. He wasn't going to take any silly chances. Set the trap, knocked down in the first round. He didn't jump in, didn't try and finish it like he did in the first Ruiz fight in the third round when he had Ruiz over, jumped on him, got clipped himself. He learnt from his mistakes and he showed why he's a two-time world champion, looking to become a third-time world champion. And I believe on that performance, he's the best heavyweight right now in the world. That is it. In the world. Tyson Fury, Joshua beats him. There you go. That's where I'm going. This guy is on fire again. He's back to his best. But what he is, he's not just back to his best, he's back to his best with experience. You can't buy that. You know, he's earned that. And he's done it the hard way. And he's had, you know, I feel sorry for Joshua in many ways because the public turned against him and writ him off totally, but he didn't lose heart in that. He kept his self-belief and he's come out on top again. So, for all the Anthony Joshua haters out there, sorry, eat your words. This kid is back to the top.
Stick with us. We're going to pick the bones out of that. We wanted a knockout. We wanted chaos. Stand up, Anthony Joshua. More on talkSPORT next. My word. My word indeed. Welcome back to talkSPORT. And Rumble in Riyadh. This is our watch-along for Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. I'm Adam Catterall, Spencer Oliver, Josh Warrington and Troy Deeney alongside me. Anthony Joshua currently in the ring alongside his dad and his promoter Eddie Hearn, speaking to our colleague Adi Oladipo in the immediate aftermath of him stopping Francis Ngannou in 2 rounds. Had him on the deck twice, then knocked him out viciously. A sensational, sensational performance from Anthony Joshua. A lot of pressure on his shoulders tonight. He seemed to be carrying the weight of the boxing world on his shoulders, and he absolutely delivered. I don't know about you, Spence, but it feels... I love Francis Ngannou. Love him to bits. But it feels like a little bit of order has been restored.
Absolutely. It had to happen for the sake of the sport. You know, could you imagine if Francis Ngannou would have beat Anthony Joshua after doing that to the world heavyweight champ in the fight previously? You just go, what is going on here? This is something different to even a Rocky movie. So yeah, a bit of respect has been restored in the sport of boxing right now for Anthony Joshua doing what he should have done. That's how the fight should have gone. But with the performance against Fury, that sort of like planted that seed of doubt, you know, and give everybody a thought of hope for Francis Ngannou, if you like. Like that's how we were all thinking. Like, hold on a minute, this guy might bring something to the table here off that performance. Don't know what you boys were thinking, but I was worried going into that. But Joshua had done what really should have happened.
Yeah. Well, that's... I was going to say, am I shocked? Yes, but really and truthfully, should I be shocked?
No. That's the point.
Because a former world champion is just knocked out someone who's having his second fight. We shouldn't be shocked. But obviously we're shocked because of the performance with Tyson Fury. But, like, that's how Tyson probably should have done the job. Maybe not as vicious as that, but credit to AJ, because that was clinical.
You're right in what you're saying, right? And I think the majority of us will conclude Tyson Fury didn't prepare for Francis Ngannou, right? But he tells us that he did. So what questions does that now bring up regarding Tyson Fury? Where's Tyson Fury at? Because with all due respect, Francis Ngannou beat him. And Anthony Joshua has just decimated Francis Ngannou in 2 rounds.
I know a lot of people thought that AJ can't win tonight, but all of a sudden, now, you just said it yourself, where's it put Tyson Fury? People be thinking AJ is the man now.
Absolutely.
AJ is the man.
If the public perception would have changed massively.
It'd win.
Yeah, absolutely. The public perception would have changed massively. Now you go in there, you speak to the casual fan, and they'll go, Anthony Joshua is the guy. He's the man right now. He's the man of the heavyweight division. It's always, you're only as good as your last fight, and that is a fact, right? You look at your last fights, and you go, Tyson Fury has now opened up a can of worms because he's left a seed of doubt now into, is he as good as we thought he was? Or is he now on the decline? You know, are the cracks starting to appear? Are the wheels starting to come off? He's left all those question marks hanging over him. Now we're talking about Anthony Joshua and going, he's back to his best, but with the experience. That makes him a dangerous fighter. That makes him the number one, for me, right now, in the division. You can't take that away from him.
I've got to try and be professional, because we're working.
No,
that's obviously my mate.
That's not what we're here for.
No, but it is because I think
it's past 12 o'clock, Charlie.
I think we all get caught up in being a prisoner of the moment.
Yeah,
so
of course.
He's my friend, and I'm buzzing, genuinely buzzing for him. But if we're going to say that he's now the best because of that,
the modern era.
No, even now, I don't.
I'm talking about now.
I don't think we can put him ahead of Tyson Fury right now, because Tyson hasn't lost. He's still the man.
Well, he sort of has lost in his last fight, but he didn't a decision.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
But that's an opinion. That's an opinion. So what I'm really trying not to, because I'm with you and I want to run the whole AJ bandwagon bigger than everyone. But let's be what we're here for. Let's talk the truth. Tyson's a man, but what he has done now has made a real valid conversation now that I don't think Tyson can run away from. He has to fight him now.
Has to.
Absolutely. Whereas before he was like, I don't need AJ, I don't need this. He
has to fight him.
Now, no matter what happens in the Fury-Usyk fight, that fight has to happen.
AJ
100%.
lost a lot of ground with the 2 losses of Usyk, and then coming back even against Franklin, Jermaine Franklin, you go, he's lost even more ground.
And then
because
you look at the Otto Wallin fight we had earlier on the show. You did that better than Fury. You've now done this better than Fury. He's put him into a corner where no matter what happens, that fight has to happen. So.
I like that.
For as much as I want to be like, yes, let's be totally honest with you. Tyson's still the man until unproven otherwise. But where we are now in a situation where we go, that fight cannot die without that happening.
Yeah, I asked you all the question earlier on, didn't I? Who is the Premier Heavyweight of this particular generation? And everybody's got their own different opinion of it. I don't think that win tonight, for me, throws Anthony Joshua any further forward listen, there's a little bit of relief as a boxing fan because he's gone and done something there that you can be incredibly proud of as a boxing fan. You look at that and go, that's what a proper boxer who prepares diligently is supposed to do.
That's what a professional does.
Exactly. Against the guy that has never done it before, right? So that's what that's supposed to look like. Now we've got a genuine, real conversation about Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, who wins that fight. That's a real conversation now. Didn't used to be. It is now.
Yeah.
I still think out of AJ, Fury and Usyk is the closest to be able to be the man. Because if he beats Fury, he's got 2 wins over AJ.
I was just going to say that.
He's got 2 wins over AJ. He'll have a win over Fury. If he beats him in May, Usyk's the guy. Do I want to see AJ go back in with Usyk for a 3rd time? I think I do, maybe after that. Maybe, I don't know, with this new training. I don't know.
I'll give you one. AJ Fury go in the ring next.
Fury go in the ring next?
AJ versus Fury goes in the ring next. Let's say, theoretically speaking, forget the Undisputed is happening. Let's say that fight was happening on May the 1st, May the 18th. Yeah? Take Usyk out of the equation here, just for a minute, because I want to see where you're at, your headspace. That fight happens May the 18th. Who wins that fight right now, May the 18th?
Going off recent data, Anthony Joshua wins the fight.
Be hard to argue against it. The only thing I would say, and this is just gone off history, every time Tyson's up against it, he's come up with the biggest performance.
Yeah.
So after watching that, and genuinely my heart's doing like that, I'm buzzing. I got the tingles because I want to be like, if I was at home, I'd be doing cartwheels and that, but I'm trying to be professional. AJ done the fella proper, good and proper. There's no doubts. Boxing's the winner from this.
Yep.
But if you're going to say him now being with Ben Davis is completely, we forget about Usyk, then I would say, well, we can't do that.
No, you can't do that.
But he has rebuilt and he's going again. Is Tyson difficult? Yes. Is he game? Yes. Has he proved he can get back up? Yes. The other one, has he ever been hit as hard as AJ hits? No.
Yeah.
So now that's what I mean. He pushes 100%. People into a corner where you go.
Well, people are arguing that Wilder's hit him.
Yeah.
But I would say if AJ hits Wilder like that, he goes. I think Wilder's very heavy-handed and he hits from down here all the way up.
Yeah.
Josh stepped through that.
Yeah.
And you guys are fighters, and I don't want to ever speak like I know about fighting and boxing better than you guys. But when someone steps through that punch, they fold.
Yeah.
Mate, the power he's got is incredible. Yeah. I've taken him on the pads, and I've taken a lot of guys on the pads. Taken Derek Chisora on the pads, and you compare the power of the two. Derek Chisora, who's very strong, heavy-handed, but Joshua's got this zip to his punch, zoom, do you know what I mean?
And he's stepping with those legs.
It momentarily paralyses a guy when he hits him. Do you know what I mean?
It's how he sets him up. You see that straight right coming over?
Yeah.
How he slips over, comes off counter punch.
Yeah, beautiful.
Timing. The timing is fantastic. So it's all right having power, but then in a guy when they're not expecting it, from the jabs, he's coming straight up. There's a little slip and coming over.
The one thing I would always say as well, whenever I've spoke to Josh, and you've spoke to him as well, more than me, I'm sure. Whenever you mention the Fury fight, he's adamant he wins. It's not, I might win, or I think I got a chance. It's, I don't know what happened in those sparring sessions.
I was there.
Yeah,
I was there.
I don't know, but whenever I
know exactly what will happen.
He's like, I win. And this is when he was at his lowest and when he's at his highest. I win. He's adamant that he wins. And he's adamant that fight wouldn't happen for a very long time. I think now changes everything.
We are assuming that Fury comes through Usyk.
But I'm saying it happens either way, though, Adam. Even if he loses now, we have got, as a British public, we don't know who the number one is categorically because of these last 2 fights that AJ's done. With Otto Wallin and with this. And now it forces it, no matter what happens. If that fight with Usyk never happens, that fight has to happen.
Yeah, agree.
It has to.
Battle of Britain.
Agree.
It has to.
Battle of Britain.
Before we get Cowboy come, before it's too late. There'll be such a clamour for it now within the next 18 months that has to happen.
They've both been the world's number one. Heavyweight heavyweight of the world.
Listen, to create legacies, modern eras and all that, the best have to fight the best. And they're all starting to mix it up now. Like you say, AJ Fury, and then all of a sudden you're starting to get like the Four Kings back in the day, when you're getting Ali, Foreman, Fraser, and all that. You're starting to create one of those eras, and that's what it's all about.
Has the best thing so far from this Saudi Arabian experience been the resurgence of Anthony Joshua?
Sorry?
The resurgence of Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, and that's what I take from this. Forget Francis.
We've only had 6 months so far, 5 months.
Do you know what it is? It's like, and Troy picked up on it as well. And you look at him, he's going through. Like, if you go back to the Jermaine Franklin fight, as he's throwing his jab, he's leaning away from his right hand. Yeah. He's not even stepping in with his feet. Now he's stepping in with his feet. He's throwing through the shots. He's aware of what's coming back. He's putting the shots together in combinations. And that guy, that makes him one of the dangerous men on the planet right now, because Joshua is very heavy-handed.
Because he's been through all this hardship.
Absolutely.
He's been through all that hardship. He's been through losses, loss after loss, after being knocked out, and this is what has done, built his character.
There you go. Wow. I think we're all absolutely blown away. Boxing wins tonight, ladies and gentlemen. No doubt about that. Thank you very much for joining us on talkSPORT for the Rumble in Riyadh.